So we just had Powell on, but he didn't really say much. You can see we closed that gap and we're pushing a little bit lower now. Um, there is not a the video from Powell was just a pre-recorded video, so it wasn't really anything. He was just kind of giving a shout out, nothing really exciting. You're a little hungover, Pop. Morning, Trent. Morning, Dan. All right, jump into this real quick. So we can see that we opened up on a gap once again. See that the open was up here. The high from yesterday is here. So a little bit of a gap here. The market traded up for a little bit, and then after B opened, we've pretty much been one time framing down ever since. Make it a little bit easier to see for you like this right here. Um, you can see we're one time framing down, getting back into yesterday's range. I'm actually still in a short. I'm looking for this 74. I want to cover right before this overnight point of control. I think that's a pretty decent area for price to push back down to. All right, and then we know we have our point of control from yesterday down at 68. Really, there's not much going on. Pal's not going to be on for a few hours, so we might just get some choppiness and just trading back down uh into the range. We did get back above that 200 SMA. We actually opened up above it, but we're now below it, and you're starting to see a lot of volume come in. Only 38 contracts on that low. Um, Kind of making me think someone's buying this up, and these single prints are about to close here pretty soon. Morning, Clipper. It looks like a lot of buying coming into the market here. It looks like we might close these singles. We've got Apple's up 2%, Microsoft's up 1%, Google's basically flat, Tesla's up 8%, um, Nvidia's flat, Facebook's getting clapped again, down 3%, Visa's up 1%. Thinking about, no, it might be unpopular, but I'm thinking about getting ready to short financial and MasterCard. I think might be a decent spot to short on a constriction of lending. Those might be some of the sufferers, as we'll see, probably banks go away from them. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I think they can. I can't hear you. We had an impromptu barbecue and had a few beers. Nice. Morning, Jamie. What's up, Double R? Like the speaker tab on the left. Maybe your input is different. Um, sometimes when you open up Zoom, what happens is it changes the input to like some, thing random. Like sometimes it changes it to like my computer monitor instead of my AirPods. So, as I call them, Brad pods. Social sentiment. Yeah, I'm having a feeling that Visa and MasterCard, we can look at them real quick. I know they're going up here, but I'm having a feeling that Visa and MasterCard are going to be coming into some resistance soon. There might be some opportunity to get short some of these guys. Let's take a peek around the market real quick. We can see we talked about Apple being up 2%. Nothing else is really standing out too much. We've got Oracle, Nike doing pretty well, ACN, McDonald's doing okay, TNX, PM, MS. The Russell's lagging behind here. Bonds are down, gold is down, oil's up. The VIX is down, getting close to that 20 level. DLT is getting smacked today. That's not great for the market. And then Netflix is down another 5% today. You can see pretty much everything is red except for information technology, consumer staples, real estate. If we look at our advanced declining here, we can see we're getting a little bit more selling in the weighted sectors than in the overall market, as you see most of the ticks are below this zero line so far today. And Pal's on at 10, I believe. You got it? Okay, cool. So not enough buying to close those single prints. We're still getting selling off the previous day's high, which is basically right on the top of that D high. So with Apple being the big leader today, that will be the ticket to watch today. Bitcoin broke out again. Cool. I mean, coming up to, we look at Bitcoin coming up to a little bit of our diagonal resistance up here and starting to kind of get into an open area where there's really not much resistance. You can see when we trade through this area in the past, there's not a ton of action in this area. Most of the time it's just quick, hangs out for a little bit and then moves. So it'll be interesting to see as we get here what happens. It would be nice to see Bitcoin now that it's reclaimed that 40K or kind of held it again on a second test of, a few weeks later. And I mean 40K, I'm not being an exact, it's just 40-ish K, right? Um Best followers and viewers on, oh, thank you on Twitch. But it would be nice to see them hold it and continue it up. Interesting when Powell comes out, if to see how Bitcoin reacts, right? If we start to get that correction where people start pulling money out of equities to, put it into bonds or something risk off, we'd like to see Bitcoin get a little bit of that love, and we just haven't seen that yet. So pay attention as we get towards this low here. If we see volume come in on that, especially on that low, right? We saw someone just kind of snatch it up earlier. That only 30 lots traded on that low. We want to be ready to cover if we're short. Get out of that way because it be that second push down here. There it goes. Still only 30 contracts on that low. There it goes. Real quick rebound though. See, interesting. So basically what we're looking at here is someone purchased some stops, right? Someone sold a bunch of inventory lower, and then we get this kind of rebound back. So we'll look for the area where, you know, the initial selling happened, and that's all the way back up at 85. The VIX is not doing much. I mean, it's just kind of sitting still for the most part. I do have some Twitter calls as well, but they're from yesterday. They're not doing that great. What? No, there's not really anything like that. Basically what was happening is, so whoever bought it last time, right? And there was only 30 lots there, and then there was 500 above, right? So this guy traded, he basically absorbed the first time D came down. And then the second time D came down, what had to happen and what's still happening is we had to see a seller, you know, sell all of those buy orders, right? And that's what happened. So he did, he sold them all, but then initially when that happens, he's going to run out of supply, so it's going to come back up. People start chasing price. They're like, "Oh, I'm going to get in." And then they're not paying attention. You know, we marked it out. 85 was going to be the level that would be a reoffer. You know, he reoffered it a little bit lower at about it looked like probably about like 8180 level. Um and then was able to push it lower. I compare the trading relevance of the price impact characteristics epoch and VPOC. There's really not much. So we know that epoch is probably going to form before VPOC, uh, because, you know, price is the advertising mechanism times the regulator, volume is the measurer, if that is a word. But so what happens is price moves, and if it starts to stay and build time, and it's real, volume should also start to accumulate, right? But if it doesn't, and let's say we get this move down, oh, hang on, let me get rid of this. And we get this move down and we start to spend a little time here, and let's say this was just our VPOC here, but we don't see our VPOC shift to the low side as we're spending all this time down here. That's just kind of telling us that this move might be a little bit weak. It's not telling us that it's not going to work out. It's just telling us to be patient about it. Here's my 74 finally. Pretty much everything is switched to red except for consumer staples. Apple's basically holding on for dear life. But really, I mean, like the main time that I'm looking for those point of controls, because on a day like on a developing day, right? We're talking about a developing point of control, either TPOC or VPOC. We want to see it move as price moves, right? So if price moves higher, we want to see our TPOC move higher. We want to see our VPOC move higher. When it comes to the previous day and we enter the previous day's range, so I mean this day opened inside the previous day's range, but let's say it opened up here or even here, right? We opened up here, we're coming back down to that TPOC, and if we look, we can actually have a better example here because yesterday, right, the market broke, and as the market broke, it came right to the VPOC, right? This is all, you know, where the most volume's at. TPOC is here, here, or here. I mean, you could, it's in this area, right? Where we've stopped worrying about exactness. It's just gonna drive you mental. And so it comes right to it and then rejects and gets, comes back up out of that. So that was kind of the sign yesterday that the low side was over. This is still good excess as well, right? We've taken out this excess on the high, but this is still holding as good excess. So until we get back below that, right, we can't really just assume that it's going to be that all downside, Headphones are dying. This one. Buying stops. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what they're doing. That's what it takes. It takes somebody to be an initiator, and that's kind of what happened. How are you liking the stream on YouTube today, Clipper? Is it looking not bad? Still, for some reason, blurry to me. I hate it. Not on Twitch. It's the same, pretty much. Yeah, of course, Clipper. Anytime. It's all good on YouTube. Okay. Little buying coming in the market here. Little pop there. Luna's starting to take off a little bit too. The breath is getting fairly red now. We're negative breath on the Nasdaq and on Apple, or I mean, and on the New York Stock Exchange. What do we got? 2 minutes until the next bar opens. Sellers look like they're moving down here. We got or we got the last down here at 69.25 as we're starting to get a little bit lower coming into this next period. It's funny that, like, I mean, the last time Powell was on, the market was at the exact same spot, right? So that's kind of telling us like what's been happening. There's just not much, right? We basically balanced. We stair step down. We take a peek at the ES here on a bigger scale here. You can see basically. So here's that all-time high, lower low, lower high, lower low, oh, higher high. What's going on right now? There's E period opening up, more single prints, or low. And now we're kind of made a higher low, and you know it's really going to determine success or failure here if they are able to make this high. If you know, I kind of think if the market's not able to make this above 4,600, then we might be looking back down at these lows. It'll be interesting to see what Powell says today about the rates and how he's going to raise them. Going to save the economy, or it's supposed to be like a question and answer today too, so there could be a lot of good information that comes out today. Basically, you know, for the way ahead. It's just interesting that we're right at that same spot, the Fed move from last time, because we went up, we came below it, we went down, came back up, and now we're right back at it, and Powell's back again today. So you know, it's almost like surprise, surprise. And remember, what I want you guys to remember too is think about this. If we scroll down here, should have, gonna take forever. The first Fed move. This is the January Fed move, and then this is the March Fed move, and so we're still above both of them. But you know, if he gives us some bad information, or you know, if the information that he gives is taken poorly, this is the last spot, 4306, that they kind of valued the price at, or priced it in based off of what Powell was getting after. So there's that break. Last is right there. Coming to that prior point of control from yesterday. And think about where that overnight think about overnight inventory as well, right? Here's this settle here. Look at overnight inventory, right? It's 100% net long. So it makes sense that we come down a little bit as people try to slowly take profit before Powell starts to get on, right? Trying to get some selling overall in the market. Watch this volume as we're coming down here. So notice every time we break a low, right? For the most part today, if you've been paying attention, every time we've broken a low, we have popped right back up, at least temporarily, and then continued down. But every time we break a low, we pop back up. That's showing us the conviction of these sellers, right? And it's pretty lackluster. There's not very many. Um the you know, the it's just kind of showing lack of conviction to the downside, right? They're just taking profit every chance they get. That's why we're getting these little pops. I don't think it's buying, I just think it's short covering. But they're just not willing to hold on to these shorts for too long, which I understand completely. You know, the day that Pal's on, I don't want to be holding anything too long either. So as soon as they get in some profit, they're just calling it a day and jumping on out. That's awesome, Double R. I'm glad. Yeah, I think doing that daily trade plan, you can call it homework, or you can call it whatever you need to call it, to just make sure you do it every day. Um, and honestly, like, the easiest way to do it, I mean, depends on, I guess, what your time zone. For me, the easiest way to do it is just um, right when I'm done trading. I like to mark my levels, right? Well, normally, actually, I do it around 3 o'clock. Like, so once the market opens back up for Globex, that's normally when I do it. Mark all my levels, write what I'm thinking, and then in the morning, sometimes things change from night to morning, so you've got to adjust a little bit, but at least to give a general consensus, you want to have um something written out that you can refer to, because a lot of times when you're doing your analysis on something, and you're like, oh, okay, if this happens and this happens, and then when the time comes, because you're flooded with emotions, it's going to be hard to execute that, right? There's a reason that quarterbacks wear you know a uh, a wristband that has a bunch of plays on it. They don't have to remember them all. Right, it would be tough. All right, when we have this kind of stuff, short covering, what I want you guys to be looking for is, remember what I talked about. The market auctions down until no more sellers, and then it starts auctioning up until no more buyers, right? We measure that with 30-minute price increments, which is our TPOs. And so a lot of times when we are one time framing to a certain direction, we start, especially like this, like we're trending here, and this is a trend. This, we're starting to develop a trend. So if a new period opens up and breaks this one time framing, a lot of times that can cause the auction to go in the other way, and it can cause a strong reaction sometimes because of all the shorts, right? Because you have people. So my first short was actually from here, it's from 89. But you have people that are um been waiting all, they've been staring at this and like, I need a short, I need to short this, short the spy, I need to short the spy, or this short the ES. And then they get in here, and then once this, it starts to cover, and they kind of get a little bit lost, and that's how the auction a lot of times just completely switches direction. People are like, what was going on? We were one time framing, and then all of a sudden we're over here back at the highs. Well, the auction ended to the downside. That's why, you know why we're not really trying to. That's why we just got to be, vigilant, pay attention to what's going on with it. Crypto Magic, what chart is on my right? This is Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Big selling coming in here in the weighted sectors. Pretty much everything's red except for consumer staples. Microsoft's still holding on, or I mean, Apple's still holding on though. Oh, fancy! Look at that. The Globex opened up. Yeah, so Apple opened up on a gap today, and hasn't really looked back. Oh, coin. Ooh, big selling coming in here all over the market. Well, oh yeah, it's a trading view chart. Yeah, crypto magic is. It's been good to have my initial thoughts on the bigger picture in the back of my mind today. It's interesting how things change in relation to the market in the morning or night before. See how wrong or right I've been. Yeah, and it's good because um, a lot of times too when you do it before you go to sleep and you're not. Oh geez. When you do it before you go to sleep, a lot of times you're not necessarily worried about what's going on, and so you don't really have to you know think about it. Like you don't have that emotion there, so you can actually just make a plan and just let it play out or check it in the morning and see if it plays out or not. Fed's Daily said we need to be careful not to throw economy into a recession by rising rates too quickly. That's kind of dovish, right? Kind of thinking like, okay, well, let's not clap America too fast. They're gonna need some money. People are already posting like market is crashing on everything. ELT's coming. Dang, TLT's breaking the low. That's not great. And look at TNX is about to break $3. This is not great. This is interest rates just going up. Clipper, the chart on the left is the left. Yeah, this is through actually Sierra charts. Yeah, and it's called a market profile, DPO. Starting to get some pretty good range here today. About 50 points so far today. The VIX, where's the VIX at? VIX is kicking up a little bit, up about 3% now, as we're starting to get down. Damn, I should have held that short a little bit longer, huh? About 10 points farther than I anticipated. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord, let me shoot you a message. Do you have Discord, Crypto Magic? So here's the Discord link. The Discord link below the video doesn't work, and it's kind of on purpose because I just don't want a bunch of random ass people that don't want to be successful joining the Discord and then complaining about just shit that I don't have time to hear get complained about. Like, oh, I didn't study, but I just did exactly what you said and it didn't work for me. It's like, oh, I didn't come to practice, and then I didn't perform well in the game, and it's your fault. You know, it's like, is it though? From the weekly VWAP double R, you want to take a long from the weekly VWAP from BTC. Last September's point of control. Last September is too far away. Don't even. That's too far away. Yeah, that's too far away. Take a peek at. Look at the daily rule. This is the future. Apple's coming down here. Microsoft's coming down here. Google's red. Amazon's almost down 1%. Tesla's still up 6% though, but they're coming back down a little bit. They were up 7. Nvidia's down. Facebook's almost down 5%. Got some people getting clapped. Clipper, a lot of times when I'm trading crypto, I close them in thirds most of the time. Most of the time I take that first third off like really quick to cover all of my fees and shit. That way I can have no fear of closing a trade as it comes back to my entry. And then um I mean and then it just depends on kind of where the rest of the reaction's at. Put this chart in a while, I guess. It's weird it's the same chart, but it doesn't bring over my levels. I bet. Get rid of some crap real quick. Oh, and I was actually able to. Oh, this one's gonna be wrong though. Oh no, it's good now. So so TradingView has an ability to put a moving average, like a 200 moving average, a 200 daily moving average, and you can put it on any chart you want. So if you want to know where the 200's at, but you're on a 30-minute chart, and you want to know where the 200 moving average is at on a daily chart, you can put it on these charts now. I mean, maybe you could do it before, and I just didn't know because I'm special. But anyway, so let's get back to this. My bad. What level are we looking at? The weekly VWAP is down here, 40. That see for me, that's almost too far down. If I'm looking for a long on Bitcoin, what I'm looking for is looking for it to, as it's pulling back into value. I'd like to see it hold above yesterday's value. We got volume here, no volume here, and I'd like to see it get the rejection, and that's you know where we'd look to take this thing up. It's a tough one. Oh shit, it's a tough one today because of pal. But down here seems like a bit too far to me. You know what I mean? Like it seems like if we get down here, there's it's already inside here. I mean, maybe, I guess, yeah, that makes sense, like off of this 40. I guess it just depends the velocity, you know what I mean? Like if we just slowly kind of grind back and forth and then finally get down there, that I think that would be a good spot to get into a long. Yeah, I do agree with that. But if it's like if this thing just starts hustling through the value of yesterday, I'm not a huge fan of that. I'd like to see, whoever decided to buy it yesterday and the previous day, I'd like to see them step up a little bit, show some initiation, and, catch a little bit of that before just letting it fall through the world. You're looking at the wrong TPO chart. And you can trade micro Bitcoin futures. Well, here, I'll change this to Bitcoin real quick and I'll show you. And it trades, I mean, it trades fairly similar um, to all of these, really. I gotta change the hour. So we're slowly grinding down here to yesterday's settle. But the tempo is starting to slow a little bit, but we are starting to just hang out at the lows here too. Yeah, so here's what if you're trading Bitcoin futures instead of just regular Bitcoin, the chart would look, this. All right, so if we compare it to here, this is why I like Druthers TPO. It works really well. I mean, you can see it's almost exactly perfect, right? And PineScript is a little bit shitty compared to like this data on CR charts is coming from the CME. It's on Bitcoin futures, so it's a little bit different, right? And this is through Bybit. So of course, the volume is going to be a little bit different. But this shows us how thin this volume is right here, right? There's no volume. So this got skipped over. And what probably happened is the people that were short up here, because where's the settle? Settles here, where people were short up here as price came up this morning. We see the open of A period is here. As price came up this morning, these people liquidated and price just jumped, right? It's not the Bitcoin's not as liquid of a market, especially this. This is the big boy contract. You can trade micro Bitcoin. See if we can do that instead. Maybe that will be more liquid. Is this contract expect rate? The ES is just kind of hanging out, getting a little bit of a bounce here. 16 contracts traded on the low. Yeah, I mean not much more liquidity on micro Bitcoin, right? We see that it didn't trade, zero, but still not very much volume. But I mean, like, it's nice because this takes out the weekends. It's not going to use the weekends because it trades the same as futures. So you can find a lot of stuff, just a lot of good levels when you're looking at the TPOs with the futures. And as Bitcoin starts to become more um, accepted, obviously we're seeing it trade on the see it through the CME now, and we're not just seeing Bitcoin, we're seeing Ether. I mean, there's a couple of other coins that will trade through their coin futures, and so that makes you one, it makes me think like, well, they're probably not going anywhere very soon, and two, it just gives them a little bit of traction, and then we can start using some of the same opportunities that we use in regular trading on the ES, because Bitcoin has different nuances, just as everything does, right? That's why a lot of people, when they trade, they tend to stick to one thing or two things or a couple of things, or even when they trade multiple things, like if they're trading stocks, let's say they trade, like the same 10 stocks. It's because they're used to them. They know how they trade, they know how they act, so they're used to seeing what they're seeing. It's tough to just jump on something and start trading it the way that you've traded something else. Even if you're a successful trader and you jump on something new, it's not going to be as easy. It's not going to be as easy as, as trading something that you're used to trading. Think about if you've been throwing a baseball your whole life and then somebody hands you a football. Yeah, you know how to throw, but the mechanics are similar. But throwing a football has, different nuances where you put your fingers on the laces, where you put your top finger on the top of the ball. The way that you cock the ball when you throw a baseball is, more above your head, where a football comes out from your ear, right? It's just, I mean, there's so many different nuances, but there is opportunity in there if you get a chance to look at the Bitcoin futures, and it can kind of help you find those spots that people are actually valuing Bitcoin at, right? And not have to look at, Binance and Bybit and blah, blah, blah. Because if someone's buying a Bitcoin future on it, one, they've got some cash, and two, it's they just value it, you know what I mean? Oh, nice. You guys got nice weather there today, Tommy? Yeah, we didn't have I mean, it's sunny now, a little bit windy, but it was raining earlier. It's kind of shit. You were talking about the daily VWAP? I don't even know if I think I took the daily VWAP off. Oh. Oh, okay. You're talking like right here. I see. Yeah, look for the reaction here because there wasn't in, like I said, this spot was kind of skipped over. And so we're coming right back into the previous day's highs. We should see some buying support, right? You should see some buying support here. The only thing is we do have, an event coming up with Powell, and it's a tough spot for me to want to jump into that. Microsoft's about to go red. Microsoft just went red. Utilities and real estate are getting some love here. Coca-Cola's up, JP Morgan, ExxonMobil, MasterCard, Costco, MRK, Nike. These are all names that are green still. Bigger names that are green. Oh, I wanted to show you guys this too. I found this yesterday when I was just kind of messing around. I send out the trading view every day for those of you guys that are not on the Discord. If you want to be in the Discord, I posted the link for the Discord. If you can't find it, just comment in the chat and say, hey, I need a link, and I'll post it. I only posted it on YouTube, but if you're on Twitch and you're listening, or on Facebook, just make a comment and I will post it on the platform that you're watching. Anyway, so we're coming back into the settle. Look at the volume coming in down at the bottom here. A lot more than the previous breaks that we've had. So we're starting to see some fear set in here, a little bit lower. Look how thin the profile is up here around this 66, 67 level. That's T2 high. So as we're entering this previous day's range, we already traded from one side of value to the other side of value of yesterday. So now we're inside, we kind of skipped over that T2 high. We're inside 2 days ago's range, and that inside 2 days ago's value area, and that would bring us down to that 44.33. And this is that kind of key level, where, and you can see I left that half back marked because I think that this might be from this 33 to 26 would be like the last chance, or kind of the straw that's going to break the camel's back. And then we have all of these, A single prints down here, very, very thin, that was caused by overnight inventory getting stuck short and then a liquidation to the upside. So, we're getting a little bit close to a danger zone, but we've, at this low, we have that 4444, which we've been tracking for weeks now. But, just think about right off that settle, mechanical buying off the settle, so we can kind of just expect it to break. Only 29 traded on the low this time, right? We've seen this a couple of times. Really small contracts trade on the low. There we go, 71, 77, 78. So there's someone absorbing down here, right? Because we're only going up by, small contracts. And so what we'll look for here is look for price to either break, there it goes. Still only 21 on the bottom. But we'd like to see these sellers kind of hold it below this 60 level. Remember the 60 level yesterday that we talked about after we got off, we talked about if we break 60, that we'll probably see a bit of a liquidation. And we did get a little bit of a liquidation all the way down to that 4444 yesterday after breaking 60 and then came right back up. And so it's going to be a key level again today. And that's what we'll watch, especially with this new session opening up, right? We have a lot of single prints above and a poor low, mechanical poor low. So it's a poor low and a weak low right off of that settle here. 30, 60 now. On the low now. So there's a fix of that. And so remember, they're exploring below yesterday's value now. So here's yesterday's value area low. They're below yesterday's value area. So we want to see them hold it below this 60 level. The 60 was a big level yesterday. If they're going to keep pressing it down, they need to hold below the 60, and then their next target will be that 4444, the low of yesterday. The 60 level as it comes back up. But this is what I was talking about. So check this out. Whoa. So I found this thing, which is kind of an interesting tool here. And what we'll do is market cap. So this is the S&P 500. And I'm gonna put it on all the mega caps. So anything that's, considered a mega cap in the S&P 500, and we can see some of these names. Facebook way down, right? Tesla way up. And this is just as of yesterday. Let me see if we can find year to date. I just want to find it. Oh, the y-axis. Oh, year to date performance. So take a look at this, right? This is what I was looking at yesterday when I was making the trade view and kind of thinking about the market's just bouncing a little bit right now, guys. So didn't get above the 60 though. So you see most of these are around 30% down to about 20% up, but we've got some outliers. These are energy stocks, ExxonMobil and CVX, and we've got Facebook kind of down here on the low. What I want to be paying attention to is you've got Nvidia, or here I'll just use the mouse because it gives us a little pop up. 26%, Adobe 24%, ACN 21%, Costco or Cisco, 16%, Microsoft 14%, Apple's only down 5%, Amazon's down around 7%, Google 10%, Disney 20%, right? I know it doesn't seem like a lot. Here we go, we're breaking the low now. So next target down is the 4444. But we haven't got this update from Apple yet, and that's kind of what we're waiting on. What I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on Apple to just die. It's coming down though. The bread's starting to get pretty red. But anyway, so it's just kind of an interesting look compared to the heat map, you know what I mean? Like just to see the bigger names in the stocks and kind of where they're at, right? And if we look at the zero line, you see Procter & Gamble's barely up, Pepsi's barely up, you've got MasterCard and Visa. And this is kind of the reason that I'm thinking um, either JP Morgan and Bank of America are kind of leading this way down or giving us some guidance, and then Visa and MasterCard might follow, or the reverse, maybe JP Morgan and Bank of America are going to go up. I'm thinking that we're going to get a little bit of a pullback in Visa and MasterCard. They seem to be getting a little bit ahead of themselves, and the rest of the financial sector is not really jumping on board with them yet. Look in the Dow real quick. All right, Home Depot's down big. Oh, you can only look. Like, can't look in there. But yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting way to kind of look at it. And if we just move it to large, right, you can see a lot more names. Netflix down 60% year to date, right? Etsy's down 50%, PayPal's down 49%, Myrna's down 40%. I mean, you can see the big winners, Oxy. I'm pretty sure James has Oxy calls, so he's probably up 112% year to date. My God. So those are probably doing pretty decent. MOS too. Does anyone know about this company, MOS? I remember MOS from 2020. Where's it at? Yeah, from 2020. So we had the COVID plunge, and then everyone started repping MOS hard on like, just spamming it because it was cheap. It was like $10, and I mean, look at it now. What a runner! Twitter's coming back up to life. I have these 50 calls on Twitter that expire on Friday. Need Elon Musk to save Twitter. Starting to come back down towards that low. Another little nuance that I like to look for is things like this, right? We're starting to get kind of a cliff forming here. I know it's a little bit difficult to see because the volume is so thin, but we've got 4 contracts, 650, and then all of a sudden we've got 4,000 contracts. Then we go back to 1,000, and then back to 3,000, and then back to less than 1,000, and then we have a little bit more volume up here. But so you're having people come in and short here, and then you're having people come in and short here, but they're not making any progress yet. So if you're in a short, now's probably a good time to at least take a piece off, or at least be prepared to cover a bit of it down here as you're starting to see the tempo to the downside slow a little bit, right? You don't want to, even if you're short from here, there's nothing wrong with taking a little bit of profit. If the market comes back up, you've got all these single prints as defense. You can probably find a spot again, right? And if it goes without you, it goes without you. That shit's just gonna happen. But do you want to make money or do you want to not make money? Thing. If you don't pay yourself, you can never make money. It's a delicate balance, right? You don't want to pay yourself too soon, but you don't want to not pay yourself at all, and you definitely don't want to be paying to work. Really thin volume down here. A little bit of tempo picking up right there. Interesting. Yeah, we're starting to see a bit of competition on both sides now. And if we look back here, you can kind of see where that thin spot was at previously from the 2 days ago where we had that liquidation up. There's kind of this thin spot here. So we're looking for this reaction. Point of control is down here, 4444. There it goes. So it trades right through it. So they had a little bit of competition here, but not too much. They were able to fill that in, fill it in a little bit better. How time is it? So yeah, look for it to backfill on this way down. So like let's say it gets back up here to its 329. You want to see the volume come back in. We don't want to just trade right back through it. This is that area that we're looking at right here. I'll just keep it like this so we can see it. Elon's still trying to buy Twitter. What is selling coming in here in Tesla right now? Ooh, selling in Apple, selling all over actually right here. Watch for that reaction off that 4444. Back to where the volume's at here, that 50-51. So let's see if they take it back down from here. can really see the volume starting to taper on the side. And if you're still holding a short, this 444 level down here, if we do get there, that's going to be a spot that you're definitely going to have to be careful at, because we've seen some pretty strong reactions um, for a couple of different times actually, that area. Are there any momentum indicators that I ever found? Um, I do like to look at the SMI, stochastic momentum indicator. I like to look at that sometimes, but not for momentum. I like to look at it for divergence. I think that's what those indicators are better for, honestly. I think they're better for divergence than anything else. One second, guys. I got a phone call. Hello? Hey. Oh, just streaming. Okay. You're on your way back? Said you're on your way back? Okay. I'll see you in a little bit. Love you. Bye. Yeah, it's the same thing with like the CVD. I like to look at the CVD because I like to see if there is any divergence. Not really. I don't know. Yeah, see, so here's a divergence here. Lower low, higher low. That's a divergence to the upside. Price goes right. That's what I'd like to look at it for. Really, I only look at that SMI on my phone when I can't look at a chart. But really, none of that stuff is coming into play like until you're understanding the auction. To be honest with you, because you can't just trade a divergence. It's just not. It's not gonna. Divergences don't play out enough times probability wise to play them successfully. You're seeing some buying come in the market here all over. Actually. Oh damn, Twitter had a huge spike up right there. Fibbed harmonics. Not really, to be honest with you. I like to use the fib to find a 50% level because that's how I make my ranges. I typically make my ranges in like, halves, thirds, or quarters. So I use the Fibonacci to easily get to that 50%, but that's not what it was intended to use for. And that's the thing too. I honestly think that um I and this is a strong believing with the market profile too, is that a lot of people just don't know how to use these tools. So I'm sure that they do work, but the thing is, if you don't know how to use them, um, it makes it more difficult, right? It makes it a little bit more tricky, I guess you could say, because you know a piece of information, but you don't know all of it. And I'm sure, 100% sure, with all of these indicators that have been created, right? Some are just straight bullshit. Some are just smashed together, a million of them, and then just said that they're one. Some are, some are legit, like studied, researched, stuff like that. But the thing is, they've been studied and researched. So imagine that, you've created this thing, you've done all this studying. It's not like fucking, Peter Stoudemire just is like, hey, we can just put this on and it'll work like this and this and this and this, right? He was a statistics major, I think, and that's kind of how he came to that conclusion of looking at the auction in this order. What's going on, Otto? And so with that, with a lot of these other tools, I think you kind of find the same idea. It's just that people don't fully know how to use them, and what happens is they know a little bit of information, and sometimes a little bit of information can be the most dangerous thing, right? We've seen social media, people just people just get a little bit of information, right? They read a headline, they do this or that, and then you know then they get on the internet like they fucking know everything, and they just have a little bit of information, or it's like a little bit of the story. um or it's like when think about something like this. Like, let's say you've never met somebody before, right? But you have a really good friend that you trust. And what is going on? Hang on, computer's playing like, okay. um Basically, you meet someone that is new in your life, but your friend knows them. Maybe your significant other knows them. Maybe your cousin, brother, something like that knows them, and they hate them. They're like, ah, this person's fucking worthless. They're the worst. Let's hate them together, right? But that's not very that's not very healthy. You know what I mean? To just dislike something right out of the box because you don't know how to use it, or because you just don't know much about it. And that's kind of what happens um, with a lot of these profiles. And the thing I'm getting at is it's unhealthy. We're coming back down to that 4444, guys. Be careful here. Um, you get a lot of these people, I guess we could say, um, that they learn a little bit about a Fibonacci or harmonic or whatever it is, a GAN, a pitchfork, whatever it is that they're using to trade. um but they just haven't done enough research on it, right? And so they know just a little bit of information, but yet they it's kind of hard to explain, but I mean, if you get what I'm saying. It's just like those things can work if you research them and know how to use them, is basically what I'm getting at. I'm sure some of them can work, right? Like a Fibonacci. or a harmonic pattern, right? Because harmonic patterns are based off of the Fibonacci sequence. I'm pretty sure. It's just a matter of, you know, having, when you have a you know, what's this thing called? Because I think there is a harmonic thing on TradingView as well. When you have something like that, but you don't know how to use it and you're measuring things wrong, it could really fuck you all up. So that, and then you're gonna be pissed and you're gonna be like, ah, fucking harmonics doesn't work. It's bullshit, right? And that's what happens a lot of times. You'll see people. You'll see people that will say, you know, like, oh, harmonics doesn't work and it's bullshit and blah 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 blah, and you know, I mean, it's just kind of a moot point, because most of the people that are arguing about it working and not working don't know how to fucking use it. The same thing happens with the profile, right? Peter Moore, thank you for the like on Facebook. Martin Adam, I have Denali feed from CR Charts. A little bit of buying coming in the market here, and it looked like sellers might have got a little bit too short down there, so be careful. Remember this, we're at this 444 level, so we can kind of expect a reaction. We saw the same reaction yesterday. We haven't broken the previous day's low, but we did put in a poor low here, or a weak low, I mean. But we're right here back in the chunk from 2 days ago's volume. All right, who wants to take a little bit of a break real quick and get motivated? We got any song requests? Just get motivated. Oh, here's a good one. I like this song. Hear it. Take a quick break. I will be right back.
Feel like World War II. We know what that shit look like. It's a call, baby. Aye. Yeah. Feel like World War II, but we know what that shit look like. I guess we really did live a good life, but now it's inside. Unless you get time, people buying everything so they can sell it online. Come on, dawg, you wouldn't even need that TP. How that EDD turn into PS5s and TVs. Another enemy that can't be seen, but just believe me. Everybody lying, but that truth ain't always easy. People with all the money ain't freaking out no more. As long as you qualify, then you don't pay back the loan. Bet out they companies, not the ones that need it most. And the people with everything keep on tweeting about those. Whoa. This shit getting obvious. They don't really give a fuck. They care about if they profiting. I ain't never been the one to bitch about conglomerates, but this shit getting ominous. My mom won't come outside again. Some days I'm waking up and I feel hustle. Days is kinda jumble. I know it keep me safe, but it ain't keep me safe from nothing. It left me by myself, that in itself was kinda troubling. This shit really puzzling. How a piece of paper on my face protect the public when the public is in disarray and don't follow instructions. Half the people work, the rest complain and make assumptions. I'm trying hard to see this, but it's mutating to something. Damn. So all the points I'm bringing up is sounding kinda pointless now. Why you think I do not give a fuck? It's sounding poignant now. They really test me everywhere, my patience and appointments now. I guess you never miss it till it's gone. I never had so many people tell me I was wrong. They don't want shit in your head, but they want shit in your arm. I wish a lot of bigger problems had the same alarm. But nah, you hearing what you wanna see. Started out with little shit, but now it feels like everything. Everybody wants a meme or maybe get some shit for free. It sounded dumb cause freedom means you still a leaf fell from the tree. But you can take your time and shit. We all go fair without objective values. I won't rhyme the shit. It's been a year, we feel the same. We still on Trump and Biden shit. The people change, the issue same. We just turn a blind eye to it. Damn. Conformity is crazy. All I gotta do is lie to you when they would pay me. That they could stop the views if the truth could make them angry. It's crazy what we do in co-world like it's the 80s. So hate me. I would hate me too. It's easier to believe a lie than believe that we've been fooled. And I would love to blame the next guy, I'm just like you. But all of us to blame, we left out God in how we move. It's a call, baby. 2020. I just hope you in the game. I keep talking God, I could tell they don't like that. Getting millions, breaking bread, they don't like that. Built it off for nothing, I could tell they don't like that. Told them I'ma do it before I done it, they don't like that. They don't like that. Well, alright then. A weapon formed against me work, but you could try them. They don't like that. Well, alright then. A weapon formed against me work, but you could try that. I keep talking God, I could tell they don't like that. Getting millions, breaking bread, they don't like that. Built it off for nothing, I could tell they don't like that. Told them I'ma do it before I done it, they don't like that. They don't like that, but I love them. What's your year day? You should grow, son. Got me covered like these cars, I only go Oh, you ain't know now. Watch me go down. I buy it when they scared, I sell it when they greedy. I'm always asking why, price always has a meaning. And I always been that guy. If you need to come and see me, turn it to a 5. I'm the opposite channel Dini. Had everything I wanted. He said it's not for me. He thought I almost lost it, something really wrong with me. But I guess it's pretty common. They kill mine for a dream. How about do you want a kiss for free without the fee? Planted on my seeds, I ain't seen it grow. It's not about what you see, yeah, it's more about what you know. For the yola like a tree, ready to agree, but it's the grows. If you tryna talk to me, then you gotta jump. I keep talking God, I could tell they don't like that. Getting millions, breaking bread, they don't like that. Bet it up for nothing, I could tell they don't like that. Told them I'ma do it before I done it, they don't like that. They don't like that. Well, alright then. A weapon formed against me work, but you could try that. They don't like that. Well, alright then. A weapon formed against me work, but you could try them. Where your dreams at? Where your goals, bro? Make them years fat. It's so slow, bro. I want that Snapchat. I want that bow, bro. Go learn that tax code. Go learn them loopholes. I did it for my guy. I did it for my co. You just gotta try. When it's time to go, you go. Yeah, I was on my grind and they told me take it slow. When it comes to life, it starts. I appreciate the loss. Did it for my phone. It's a different age. Success a different road. Really never strayed. If you settle with conform, you lost the hope to be a great. It's by my ass at home, so some love and hate to hate. Ain't got the time to wait. I gotta make a move. Got a lot of things to say, but they ain't wanna speak the truth. You ain't like I'm getting paid. I think the problem is with you, cause in that time when shit would play, you couldn't play the gas. I keep talking God, I could tell they don't like that. Getting millions, breaking bread, they don't like that. Bet it up for nothing, I could tell they don't like that. Told them I'ma do it before I done it, they don't like that. They don't like that. Well, alright then.
All right. Back again. Who's back? Back again. Is the mic not working? No, it isn't. Oh, you're impressed to see Peter use the fib on his last video? Yeah. Yeah, Peter uses the fibs. Peter is he likes he's a technical trader. Yeah, he uses a lot of tools actually. He actually understands how to use them all. I really like Peter Reznicek. He's smart. And this is why we were being careful down here at this 4444 level because of this, right? This is a pretty decent reaction. We're about almost 10 points higher now, heading back up towards that settle. And this is what we were talking about earlier. This is what kind of what can happen, right? Is as we get into these levels that we're expecting responsive buying, which is this 444 level, right? We've seen it hold a lot of times, or at least been tested a lot of times. It's held as support and as resistance before. But if it starts to, if we get it with cessation of one time framing, we've got to be really careful. I know that's a big move. It's up to the 60, which should act as a bit of resistance, because then we're getting into yesterday's value and we're below. But you've got to be thinking about it, right? So if they buy this initiative or responsively, right? Say responsive buyers are buying down here, You've got people short up here. You start to get short covering. Price gets back up here. Well, they valued it here yesterday because there's a lot of buying. Most of this I think was selling, but it just wasn't very strong. There was a lot of effort yesterday from both sides, but no real move, as yesterday was just pretty much balanced. But so you get a lot of these people from yesterday start to short cover, and people that bought here yesterday, they're like, oh, the price was good here yesterday when I bought it, right? I paid 44.61 for a computer screen before. I'll do it again, right? And then all of a sudden, short cover, these people get scared and like, shit, everyone's coming for these TVs. Like, I got to sell them for higher. And they just start trying to panic out. And then, you get that little short covering rally and the auction starts to switch directions. Do I use tick charts? No. When the market gets a little bit slower or a little bit like during summertime, tick charts can be helpful because it can let you see more direction, right? But and I'm talking more like a range chart, not a tick chart. I don't really use tick charts at all. But a range chart would be more helpful just to see rotations when the market is, in such a tight range. But, we've got almost about 60 point, 70 point range today, so no need to be rocking a tick chart. Really what I'm looking at is I'm looking at this TPO, and then this TPO is on a 2 tick increment, so it's a little bit compressed. I have a 1 tick increment TPO on my other screen and a DOM. And that's what I'm looking at. And then I have Thinkorswim. And then one of my other screens is just blank. It actually just has Discord on it. That's it. I don't even, but it's the screen that I play video games on. Nice one. Oh, it is necessary. But look where all the volume is at, right? This is kind of what we talked about. We had this thin spot here. Look where all this volume's at. Surprise, surprise, that they're, backfilling a spot that they didn't get an opportunity to because we had that late spike and then a correction, and then, initiated buyers were there. Supply wasn't strong. The difference today, right, comparatively to yesterday, is the amount of time and volume we're actually spending down here. So this is what's going to tell us, and it's tough to just decide right now, right? Oh, we're gonna go down, we're gonna go up. If I had to make a bet, I would say the downside's definitely the right side still. Obviously, we're one time framing down. We've got single prints. It's definitely a trend. Oh, excuse me. Definitely a trend day down, but that's kind of what you're looking for in the auction is we're getting into some of these thin spots, volumes coming in. When we were down here yesterday, we didn't get any volume. So you have to try to understand, who is this volume? Is this responsive buyers buying above value or inside value, but above the point of control? Or is it initiated selling that's coming down and selling here, yesterday where there was low value outside of yesterday's value? So um, it's a tough thing to kind of get a grip on. Really, we have a poor low and a weak low compared to yesterday. We have a poor high, I would say, or a weak high, I would say, with that G high. Um, so it's kind of anyone's game at this rate. But the downside obviously is still going to be the right side so far with all of these single prints. You've got single prints, single prints, single prints, like single prints. I mean, 4 sets of single prints. And that's just a show of the emotion that's in the market right now. Everyone just trying to figure out what they're gonna do because we got JP coming on and he's gonna, maybe clap the market. Maybe he's gonna stick the market in a cannon and shoot it up. We don't know. Nobody does. Anyone that says they does is just a liar. So, volume is less than it was yesterday. Just about, about a 0.5% less than yesterday. Not too much. I just imagine a bunch of scared dudes running around a TV store with today's market, throwing monitors at each other like they're hot potatoes. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it because that's I mean it's basically kind of what it is for the most part. That's how it's just a two-way auction. And if you got something that's a hot commodity, but it might go down in value, you don't want to be holding on to it very long. And that's kind of what we're seeing today is most of the time with these trend days down is more emotional than anything, right? It's not a show of strength of the selling. If there was a strength of selling, we would have busted through this 4444 like it wasn't even fucking there. But we haven't done it yet. So, it's more of just emotion. And you can see how thin the volume is, right? We're getting volume down here and we're spending time down here, which is kind of making me um lean more to the break of that G low, especially. But there's no uh there's no definite here because of how emotional the market is being. Waiting for J Powell coming up in 20 minutes now. Yeah, I know, Martin, we got on a kind of a little tangent, but yeah, I mean, in reality, like if you can start to grasp the concept of the auction and start to understand that this is a graphical representation of the auction process, which is all the market is, you might be able to add some other things. I know there's a lot of people that like to use order flow charts. There can be other things that can be beneficial, uh, but not without understanding the auction. And I think that's why Peter is able to do so well is because not only does he understand the auction, but he understands market psychology very well, which is basically, if you think about it, Fibonacci. I mean, think about this. Think about today. I'm offering you a computer monitor for $10, right? And tomorrow I offer it to you for $5. What do? You buy it just because it's on sale, you know? Now you're thinking it's a trick question. Now you're like, hang on, what about door number 3? Right? Well, there's your first key right there is you actually asked about door number 3, which is where it's always at. It's always behind door number 3. No, you don't want to just buy it naturally. You've got to do a little bit of work to see if it's a good spot to buy. Just because things are half off doesn't mean they're a good deal, so you got to look at some other things. Order flow tools. Yeah, I mean, I use the DOM. I have this chart that I created. I gotta detach it real quick and I'll show it to you. Um, charts. Oh, let me take my. What the fuck is going on? Stuck in here. I duplicate it. What is the deal here? Detach. Okay, there it goes. Odd. Okay, so I have a chart that looks like this. This is an order flow chart that everyone uh kind of likes. Um, and really I have it on 15 minutes right now, and I change it from 15 to 30 every once in a while just to see But you can just see where a lot of the volume is coming in over the past time, right? You could put the numbers on. So if we put these numbers on, you could do like one like okay. So this is what everybody likes. Um, these numbers really aren't giving you any information, right? Unless you're really trying to dig into the uh I mean, I don't think they're not giving you anything. I'll just say that. They're not. Um Not anything that is useful unless you're trying to scalp, and that's just something that I'm not doing. I'm not really a scalper. I can scalp and I'm not bad at it. It's just it's a lot more stress than I like to put on myself. But basically what I use this chart for is to track value moving around. So I created this chart. It's an order flow chart. We're starting to get a little bit lower here now. There's that G low. We're kind of expecting. Um, but you can just kind of see. Let me just make this a little bigger so we can track it. You can just kind of see, and this purple line is just a volatility trend indicator. So it's based off of volatility. Um, it doesn't really do anything but remind me if I'm being stupid, right? So like if this thing's just pointing straight down like it is now and I'm just getting long, it just reminds me like, hey, dum dum, like what's going on here? Maybe think about this a little bit. But you can just see like right here, look at all this volume that came in here, kind of the same spot around those highs, same spot around the last, right? You can see sellers got busy below half back, and then you're starting to get some volume down here, and buyers are finally starting to come alive up here. And the color is just based off of the bar is more dominant bid or ask. That's it. Blue is ask, red is bid. Traded on the bid, right? So like a seller. But I mean that's basically um how I like to look at it. So kind of yes, but also I guess kind of no. It depends really. Um, Depends if that's something that you would like, or if you like to see all the numbers. I try to eliminate as much noise as possible. That's what I try to do here is just eliminate this noise, and that's what gets a lot of people, I think, is you can get distracted by all this noise, and it can really drive you insane and make and lead you to some piss poor decisions. But Martin, if you are interested in finding out more, definitely join our Discord. Post a link. Been following the range at the NQ has been last week when I saw the move up projected. Did too much. Fuck yeah. Reading the balance rules. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome, Otto. You've been doing really good. Awesome. You should start sharing your trade plans. I don't really trade the NQ, but I mean, I wouldn't mind taking a couple NQ trades every once in a while, especially if they're for 100 points. But that's the cool thing too about trading the micros that I always try to tell people is like, you know, everyone wants to jump on the big boy and trade the Nasdaq or trade the ES, and it's like I said, it's like trying to play professional ball before you've played in the AAA or before you practiced a little bit. Like it's not beneficial to get struck out by Randy Johnson before you get a chance to bat against someone that's not very good, or to bat against a pitcher that's not Randy Johnson. And when you think about it, when you're jumping in the ring here and you're trading, especially when you're trading futures, you're trading against professional traders mostly. So if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna have not the best experience. Oh, nice little smackarooski through there here. We're in some weak volume from previous. There was a little bit of weak volume right here at this 40, 39-ish level. Ooh, some selling all over the market now. Big sellers trying to take it down. Not getting a ton of volume. This is a lot of emotion. We've got 9 minutes until Powell, so people are just kind of liquidating everything they've got. Seems like target here. Remember, if we break that 33, that 26 becomes the target, and kind of a last ditch effort for buyers to try to hold. I don't even consider the micros as training wheels, right? Because I think there's plenty of people that can get in the micros and still uh trade like shit or still lose money, even on the micros. And it's because they don't have a plan. They're not doing their homework. I mean, it's not just because they're on the micros. They don't. You can have shitty risk management. It can ruin you, no matter how small or big you're trading, right? It's like if you buy a $5 scratcher 5 times or 6 times, let's say, and you lose every single time, the same as losing one time on a $30 scratcher. It's just the matter of how many of these other $30 scratchers are you going to buy? You bought 5 of the $5 ones. Do you have the intestinal fortitude to only buy one of the $30 one to make it the same change? And that's a big issue when people switch from micros to minis, is they overtrade. I mean, overtrading is so big, but you get used to trading on the micros, trading a couple lots here, a couple lots there, but sometimes the micros get a little gambly for a lot of people too, and then they get too gambly, and then they get fucking smacked. Oil's starting to get a little bit of a buying here. Oil's up. Oil's only up 0.5%. Nothing really crazy. The VIX is up 7% though, which makes sense. We're down a decent amount. Not a lot of volume coming in down there this time on this G low, and we're gonna get a new bar here in about 7 minutes, and Powell's gonna be coming on soon, so I'm gonna close some of my short here. I mean, the move, depending upon what Powell says, can just get control. Someone's absorbing down here, it looks like. We saw this earlier, remember? We had like, double-digit contracts trade on the bottom, and then all of a sudden these 1,000 contracts trading like right above it, and then it's just a matter of time before it was able to break. But this was a little bit of absorption down here is what it looks like on that low. Target would be 33 here. That's the opposite side of value, but a break of 33 could cause liquidation down to 26. So Yeah, see, there's that absorption that we were kind of seeing. Bit of a bounce here. Be sneaky. Trying to get some backfilling with how thin this volume was up here in this G period. You can almost feel the emotion. So thick, you can put it with it. Got an increase on put buying today too on the ES. You're looking at probably people are selling 4,600 calls. Yeah, I doubt that would go up that high. Bullard said the Fed is behind the curve, won't have a hard landing. But being behind the curve is bad. Nicholas Cruz, do you recommend any platform to get a funded account? Anyone you want. I have a funded account through Apex Trader. If you look down in the uh, there should be like a link in there. Maybe there's yeah, I don't think there is. I don't know. But yeah, I have an affiliate link through there, and then we donate all the money to go to research of type 1 diabetes. And then recently we just donated to children in Ukraine that have diabetes. We got these ribbons that are blue and yellow for the the diabetes type 1 diabetes in Ukraine. I can't get supplies and stuff, pretty sad. But I mean it really is just personal preference. You can do I mean there's a lot of different things that you can basically set up. It's really just personal preference. That's all it is. I have templates for Sierra Chart and NinjaTrader, so either or. If you go with either of those, I have templates for it. And if you want the template, you just let me know. I'll definitely shoot it to you. That link. Yeah, but I mean, so you could do a couple of things. You could even run like Apex gives you NinjaTrader for free, but it doesn't give you a TPO. You'd have to buy a TPO. Here we go. H period opening up. Pal should be on here soon. I'm looking for him. Oh, Martin, you're a former jarhead yourself? Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, so the trade vets is kind of it's kind of like a triple entendre because the trade, we trade the market, but the vets, were veterans of the stock market, but also veterans of the military as well. And then TTV is time to value, something that you should know a ton about, as a Marine. When we're in the military, we don't get a lot of time to ourselves. So we really got to find the value in our time. And that's kind of what this is all about is, I'm trying to basically teach everybody how to fish. That way they can, get some more freedom or some more time to value in their life. And thank you for your service, right? Shout out to all the vets. Yeah, no problem, Nicholas. Of course. Let me look for Pal real quick and see if I can find him. Oh, you're a second lieutenant? Or are you you're a second lieutenant now, or you were? Market's just getting a ton of selling in it right now. Everything's about Johnny Depp. If you guys find a link to the Pal live, send it to me because I'm not seeing it. Oh, here it is, maybe. Yeah, this IMF. All right, we're just waiting for it to start. Once it starts, I'll make it on there. Where? Oh, okay. Nice. Where is Pal? What's doing here? Starting to see volume increasing compared to yesterday on this way down here. That 33. If this is that level where we break this 33, I think we can slide down to 26 fairly quickly. Oh, okay, it's on. Found it. Oh, there's the link. Pull my eardrums out. Well, I mean, we don't really need to see him, right? We can just be patient. So almost down to that 26. A little bit of buying stepping up there. Really just short covering is what it looks like. What's up, Kevin? Waiting for Pal to get on here and debate on how policymakers should respond to inflation, rising debt, and the impact of the war of Ukraine and the pandemic. So a lot of stuff about to go down. Right now, we're just waiting for him to come out. He's just taking his sweet ass time. He's supposed to be on at 10. Supposed to be on right now, 5 minutes ago. I'm just sitting in this short waiting for this 26 to hit before he gets on, before he ruins my short and just probably shoots the market up. Yeah, perfect timing. Nice. Take us down there, friend. Remember, it's early, guys. It's only 10 o'clock, so we've still got some time. Look at Apple's. There's our alert on Apple. Apple's breaking the low here. Look how long it took. Remember, Apple opened up on a gap, so it's getting close to that gap. That's what that marker was for. So if Apple keeps going down, I mean, you've got Google's down 1.5%, Amazon 2.5%, Facebook 5%, Nvidia 5%, Tesla's up 5%, but it was up 7%. Now it's only up 5%. So. Fed isn't as far behind the curve as you think we are, Bullard says. But Bullard's been kind of dishing out dovish news all day. Oh, here we go. Oh man, this does not look fun for Powell.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the IMF's debate on the global
Let me know if
economy.
you guys can hear
I'm
it.
Sarah Eisen. I'm the host of Closing Bell on CNBC, and I am thrilled to be here in person at the IMF in Washington with a distinguished group of leaders to talk about all of the issues facing the global economy. Joining me is Christine Lagarde. She is the ECB president, managing director of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, and from Indonesia, the Minister of Finance, Sri Mulyani Indrawati. And then joining us remotely, we've got the Prime Minister.
So she said all those hard-ass names and couldn't say Jerome.
Today, and she is in sunny Barbados.
Oh, I had to call him Jay Powell.
And
like
we're happy to have
she must be his
everyone
boy.
here, the most powerful women in the economy, and Chair Powell. Welcome. So we came here today, and we thought we were going to be discussing
disrespect,
the recovery from a brutal 2 years of COVID.
You can't hear it?
And instead, we've got the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We have that influencing prices and inflation. We have a dramatic shift in policy, and we have some aggressive lockdowns in China. And all of that is distorting and depressing the global economic outlook. So maybe, Madam MD, if you could just kick it off and set the stage for us, because you did cut your outlook for the global economy this year, and it sounds like you're going to be cutting it more. So how much of a slowdown are we facing?
What's the NASDAQ right now, Otto? It looks like it's about to break trend to the downside.
We were doing quite well, 6.1% growth. We were projecting slightly less, but still high for this year, nearly 5%. And then we got Omicron, first revision downwards, and the war in Ukraine, second more significant revision downwards. Would there be more? It is to be seen. It depends on how long the war is going to last, how effective policymakers are going to be to deal with inflation without slowing down growth, and is there something else to hit us? We do live in a more shock-prone world. If anything we learned in these 2 years is that we have to be more agile to build more resilience to these shocks. And one of the objectives of us meeting here in Washington is to talk with each other and identify what is the policy combination that can deal with these short-term challenges without jeopardizing longer-term sustainable growth.
Well, we do have a good mix of fiscal and monetary leaders here on the panel. So just to follow up quickly, Madam MD, as far as the outlook and the deterioration, how close are we to something like a global recession?
Well, we are still very much in positive territory. Growth projection for this year, as you said, 2.6%. Let's remember that was the average growth rate between 2011 and 2019. We have only small handful of
absorption down here at the low, guys.
In negative territory. Among them, Ukraine, devastated, shrinking by 40%. Russia, very significantly, in fact, impacted, 11% below what we projected in October. But most of the countries are growing, although slowly. What is the big problem, Sarah? The big problem is that the exit from the pandemic-induced crisis is now slowing down for the future. Just one number. Emerging markets and developing economies will be still 6% below their pre-pandemic trend in 2026. This is 2 years or more delay in their recovery. What is my biggest worry? With food prices, energy prices up, with prospects for recovery much worse, are we going to see the phenomenon from 2019, people on the street, unrest, creating more difficult environment for policymakers to do the right thing?
Yeah, we're going to get
Huge
into some of those
absorption on
risks,
this
but I
low
do
tick
want to
right
hear
here.
the individual outlooks, especially from Europe, President Lagarde, because of its proximity to Russia and Ukraine, the spillover effects that you're seeing, and now there are concerns about stagflation there and the effects where it depresses economic growth and drives up prices. So how much has the outlook for Europe changed?
It has changed exactly in the same direction as indicated by Kristalina. So it's been a haircut to growth projections, and it's been a rise in the inflation numbers. And certainly when we look at the risks, they're skewed to the downside for growth, so there might be more cuts to come, and to the upside for inflation. That's where we are. And it's particularly saddening, not only because of the death, not because of the destruction, not because of the devastation, which in and of itself is a cause for huge concern and sympathy and support for the people of Ukraine, and blame for those who took the initiative of that unjustifiable invasion, Russia. But it's also causing harm throughout the world, predominantly in Europe for the moment, but it will, there will be ripple effects going way beyond Europe. For the moment, as you said, geography plays a role, and Europe is literally next door. Ukraine is one of us, and taking this horrible hit. We are seeing refugees out of Ukraine into many of our European shores and countries, and we have to, by solidarity, do everything we can to support them. That's the situation that we have at the moment in Europe. It is particularly saddening as well to see that the recovery that we were embarking on is being stalled to a certain degree by what is happening out there.
What if Europe takes another step and does ban Russian oil, gas, and coal? What would happen to the European economy?
Well, let me just first of all salute the sanctions that were decided on a pretty global basis. Sanctions against the oligarchs, sanctions against the family members and the people at the origin of this unjustifiable war. De-swifting of about 80% of the banking sector of Russia, and also freeze of the assets of the National Central Bank of Russia that could be identified outside of Russia and a couple of other countries. So this bulk of, there were 5 set of sanctions decided one after the other, has clearly had a massive impact on Russia. And will continue to have an impact. And I think we will. The more it's rolled out, the more impact it will have. Obviously, the next question that everybody is agitating and considering is what happens with the oil on the one hand, the gas on the other hand. I think the issue of coal has been addressed by the Europeans together, who've decided to ban coal coming out of Russia. And I think it's a process, and I would not exclude that there be more decisions to come as it unfolds.
Chair Powell, the U.S. has been a relative bright spot in the global economy, but now policies are changing, as you know, to address inflation, and there are concerns globally about the tightening of monetary policy. What's the U.S. outlook? And
buyers step up there.
How are you feeling right now about
possible short covering, and they've got to get it back below. Sellers want to get this back below 30 or back down into that 30 where that volume's at.
Unified with our allies around the world in opposition to the invasion of Ukraine for no reason and the human suffering that's going on there. And while while these economic matters are important, there are very fundamental things at stake there that we want to keep in mind. So in terms of the U.S. economy, we are a bit more remote from the immediate effects of the war compared to
Kevin,
Europe,
he
for
does look like
example.
that.
But we will be
He
feeling
does.
them over time, and they will come in the form of upward pressure on inflation, further upward pressure, and a bit of downward pressure on output. But the U.S. economy is very strong, performing very well. By most forecasts, we'll have another strong growth year this year. The labor market is extraordinarily tight, extremely tight, historically so, and to the point where really there's an imbalance between supply and demand for workers. And of course, the big issue that we're very focused on is inflation and getting inflation back down to our 2% goal.
But if we start to slow materially in our economy, will you stop tightening even if inflation is still above your target?
Well, so first of all, you asked about a soft landing. Basically, that's our goal. Our goal is to get demand, use our tools to get demand and supply back in sync, so that inflation moves down, and do so without a slowdown that amounts to a recession. That's our goal. And I don't think you'll hear anyone at the Fed say that that's going to be straightforward or easy. It's going to be very challenging. We're going to do our very best to accomplish that. And it's absolutely essential to restore price stability. Without price stability, really the economies don't work without price stability. We need that to have a strong labor market for an extended period of time. We need it for financial stability, so we must do that.
The market has 3 50 basis point hikes coming at the next 3 meetings. As of
And there
this
she
morning.
blows.
Is that reasonable?
Right to
So
the 26.
I try not to comment on specific market pricing for things, but I will just say this. At our last meeting, and this was in the minutes from the meeting, many on the committee thought it would be appropriate for there to be one or more 50 basis point hikes.
Are you one of those people?
I don't disclose my own path. I try to lead the committee, but so I think markets are processing what we're saying. They're reacting appropriately generally, but I wouldn't want to bless any particular market pricing. The thing I want to say though is we really are committed to using our tools to get 2% inflation back. And I think if you look at, for example, if you look at the last tightening cycle, which was a 2-year string of 25 basis point hikes from 2004
We
to
closed those
2006,
single prints. That's what that
inflation was
pink
a little
line
over
is
3%.
from. We have single prints.
So inflation's much higher now, and our policy rate
what day was this?
is
Tuesday.
still more accommodative than it was then. So
And we had that
it is
liquidation to
appropriate
the
in my
upside,
view
or
to be
that
moving a
all
little
that
more
short
quickly.
covering rally
And
to the upside.
I also think there's something in the idea of front-end loading whatever accommodation one thinks is appropriate. So that does
close to a
point.
yes.
That points
There
in
you
the
go.
direction of 50 basis points being on the table. Certainly, we make these decisions at the meeting, and we'll make them meeting by meeting, but I would say that 50 basis points will be on the table for the May meeting.
Minister Miliani, are you more worried about what Fed Chair Powell is doing or about what we're seeing in China right now with these aggressive lockdowns because of COVID as it relates to your economy and the region and emerging markets?
Well, United States and China, the two biggest economies in the world. Whatever happened in these two economies definitely have a spillover to the rest of the world. First, I think what Chairman Powell mentioned about the challenge to stabilize the price inflation down definitely will require monetary tightening, and that has been communicated. We are talking about well-calibrated, well-communicated, well-planned. So even though we cannot avoid that direction of policy, at least market as well as many policymakers in the emerging country and developing country need to prepare for this eventuality. I think that's one very important thing. In Indonesia case, back in taper tantrum in 2013, our situation today is much stronger. Back then, our external balance, the balance of payment in a current account deficit, and that's why even when Federal Reserve has not yet moved announcing it, it's already creating a huge jittery. Today, Indonesia, again, because of the war, unfortunately, but then creating this high commodity price, Indonesia has quite a significant commodity which is enjoying this high price. It is not appropriate, morally wrong if I'm saying that we are having the benefit of this situation, but our export grew by more than 24% last year. And in this first 3 months, it's actually growing even higher than that. So we are enjoying surplus on trade account as well as on my budget. So we are in a position of strong position in which then this kind of situation, hopefully we are going to be much less affected. Although capital outflow is happening already on a bondholder in Indonesia, and in this case, we've already reduced the exposure of the foreign ownership on our bonds to less than 18%. This is significantly reduced than originally 40%. So create stability. China situation with the COVID and the policy of lockdown definitely create a lot of concern regarding their their growth outlook. Although in this past 2 days we heard from Central Bank Governor Yi Gang that they are going to do all necessary to make the growth at least still continue strong enough at the level. That definitely also create a little bit comfort, but the implication is going to be very deep. I mean, in Indonesia, we implemented this lockdown when we have Delta variant, only 2 weeks, and it really erased the growth on the first quarter last year to almost to the negative territory. So I can imagine that if you prolong this kind of lockdown, it will definitely have a huge, especially for a city as big as Shanghai in this case. So within that concern, we are not comparing which one is actually having a bigger impact, but these two very important countries will definitely have a huge impact for many developing and emerging countries. And this is on top of still very difficult recovery for many countries in the world from this pandemic. Although Indonesia output is already surpassing the pre-pandemic level, so we've already 106% above the pre-COVID level. But Indonesia is a few cases. Many is actually struggle, as Kristalina mentioned, they are still under the pre-pandemic level.
Do you have a sense of how much the China lockdowns, especially Shanghai and Shenzhen that we saw, are holding back supply chain even more at this point?
Well, that's definitely, I mean, they are among the biggest port, and for Indonesia, as well as in Asia, I think China demand for many commodities.
Quite the rally. I walk away for
important.
2 seconds
So
and then boom, here we
either this
are.
is going to be disrupt the supply chains within China.
I'm
that
still
is
wondering
have the
where it came
repercussion for
from.
the rest of the world. Or
It came
in
from the
this case, have a
26th,
direct
like I
impact in
said.
terms of the
Can you hear
demand
me?
for commodity
The last
and
chance. Single
other
prints
raw
got filled.
material.
Position's
so that
over.
is really a
It's
concern.
short covering.
Prime Minister Motley,
You read your study guide,
about
Jared?
you. Definitely
No.
want to hear from you. I think you win the award for the
Yes,
best
it
growth
is.
forecast
Hey.
from the IMF this year, right? 11.2%
It's too early for
Easy.
this ass.
Easy with
Tell
that
us
shit,
what you're
all right?
experiencing. Obviously, there's a big tourism boom, but you've heard about all these headwinds, and I'm curious how you're affected by it and what you're most focused on.
Yeah, I think that the figures you quoted are what we are hoping for growth for this coming year. But like everywhere else, we are going to have to probably moderate because of the very, very uncertain challenges in the world. And of course, we're not only talking about the war in Ukraine, but we're also talking, as you just referred to the difficulties as a result of the lockdown in China. For us, it is probably the inflation is more of a supply chain problem because excessive demand hasn't really come back as we would like. Our economy fell by about 14% in 2020, as did all
So
other
Brad, do you
tourism and
think it'd
travel
be a good idea
dependent
to short this
economies in the
rally?
world in the first year of the pandemic. What we
No,
are
probably.
seeing is literally an increase in inflation.
The
By the end
the
of
way
last
down
year,
was so much
inflation
emotion.
was
Like I was
regrettably
saying, like a
up
lot
to
of times
almost
what
6%
Panic,
happens
yeah.
from
is
just
just
over
you'll start to just one
3%
time frame or one time framing
before.
down, but
So
a lot of time we'll start
when
to
that
one
is
time
now
frame up.
compounded by the war in Ukraine and the supply
And
chain
especially because
problems,
Powell kind
again
of
with the
said like that
lockdown in
he
China,
will use the
we
tools that
expect to
he
see
needs.
continued inflationary pressures. And then when you add to that the tightening of
And then she
monetary
did say
policy,
something about
that's going to be worse
like
for
or
us
the lady
because
that was
you
speaking
have to
about Taiwan that
recall
they're caught
that
up.
unlike other
So the
countries,
chip
the
that
only
was kind
thing
of
we could
in
really
reference to
do
the chip
was
shortage,
literally
which
to
is
increase debt. We
a
don't
big
have the
stopper
benefit of the
of
fiscal and monetary relaxation that
continuation of
Europe and the UK and the
the
US were
market.
able to do so successfully in the middle of the pandemic. We don't have those options. And that is why, for us, the whole injustice of the moment probably relates to the fact that the enormous COVID debt that we've accumulated has now also to limit the space that we have to be able to fight inflation, because in small economies such as ourselves, small open economies, as you know, the only way we can cushion inflation is by expanding our fiscal position to be able to buffer people. So these things are truly concerning to us. The issue of the debt is even more so. And let
Watch
us
the
compare,
29
as I've
level
done
here.
for the last 2
That's where all those
years,
offers came
the
in the first time,
FSI and
and
the
then it
common debt
gave way,
framework
but then
as
came back
against what
above.
had been done by the G7
So
countries.
29 is going to be that
And
key.
let us also reflect on the fact that we're not going to be
I don't
serious
even know if
unless
we'll
we
go back
bring
below
the
it, to be honest.
non-Paris
It'd
Club
be
actors to the table. The
that's
private
a lot
sector
of volume
has to
that you're
come.
going to have to get
And we're
someone to come
not going
back
to be
down again.
serious until we address the issue of the climate crisis and the funding that's necessary, because at the same time that we're facing all of this, we have less than 12 years to adapt to a very, very likability of a 1.5-degree world. But even if it doesn't get there at 1.2, as you all know, we're already seeing the devastating impacts of the storms and the hurricanes. But what most people don't know about are the droughts and the sargassum seaweed and the destruction of the coral reefs that lead to coastal erosion. So at a time when we need to have expenditure more than ever, there is
Ooh,
little
energy sector's getting sold
concessionary
off
funding
here.
available, there's little
Just
fiscal
liking
space
it.
available, and there's an urgent need for us to seriously reform the international financial institutions if we are to be equal to the majority of poor people who don't live, by the way, in poor countries. 75% of the poor people of the world live in middle-income countries that are denied access to concessionary funding and that do not have the fiscal space even when they get funding, and that have been compounded by events outside of control in the pandemic and indeed, of course, with the climate crisis.
That sounds like a to-do list for the IMF.
So much so. Mia, I have a piece of really good news for you. You have been championing the allocation of concessional finance not only on income per capita, but also on vulnerability to climate shocks. And
There's 946 lots sitting on the 30 here. Watch how it trades.
The Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which will provide long-term maturity, finally financing to vulnerable middle countries, got a big boost. We signed up already $40 billion for it. So one instrument that you should take pride of. When Christine was the managing director of the IMF, I remember you saying to us, there has to be allocation of concessional finance linked to vulnerability. It has happened. But let me take two more points of Mia's list, if I may. The first one is the issue of debt. In 2020, debt levels have jumped for an understandable reason, to put a floor under the economy.
2 minutes until the next period opens up.
Largest increase since the Second World War.
If I had to guess, I would say, unless sellers come in hard, that H high is probably going to get taken out. And look where the single prints closed, right at that 4444 level.
Abundant.
Seeing a little bit buying in the overall market here.
To pay for more debt in 21,
Apple's back up over 1% now. Microsoft's almost back to the flat.
22, different.
Ooh, buying everywhere. Bonds are getting bought up.
For quite a number of low-income countries,
Bitcoin's getting
some
bought up.
countries to hit the wall. And we have to be honest, that requires upfront action by the countries themselves. Do all you can, extend maturities.
Give it to me.
If you have currency mismatches, fix it.
It's thin on the way up still, guys.
The IMF has its own responsibility. We have to help countries restructure that early. And if we don't, down the road this year, we may be in a very
These guys are thin.
difficult place. You talked about the 50 basic points. Just imagine what it means.
A little bit of backfilling here.
Emerging economies. If on top of it,
I mean, we're talking only triple digits of volume here. It's, you know.
And capital starts seeking the.
So there's I period. Here's the key, guys. The key is that if that H high gets taken here.
Very important problem.
Right, that's going to be a cessation of one time framing. It's a long way down to take that H low to continue the one time framing. What does the market really like to do? Kind of, you know, the path of
worse.
Least resistance, and
shock-prone
where's all the
countries,
volume at?
This requires for them to take measures to make their economies less vulnerable to these shocks, for the rest of the world to provide them with the support that is necessary. Sri Mulyani co-chairs the group of finance ministers that are wrestling with this issue. We have to come up with practical, very effective schemes, because if we don't, it would be, for these countries, for these vulnerable countries, it would be a shock
it's a mystery.
they cannot
I'm just kidding.
anymore sustain on their own.
Since we're on the policy discussion, I do want to dive a little bit into monetary policy, since we have the world's 2 leading central bankers at this table. And maybe I'll ask you, MD, who has a tougher job right now, this guy or President Lagarde?
Boom!
Whoa.
There we go.
Well, they both are fully equipped to do
Oh, there's the
their
break of one
jobs,
time
and
framing.
As a result, it is easy for both of them.
Yeah, I think we can agree with that.
When I said the
But
point of
President
least
Lagarde,
resistance right there, I said just what's going to be easier. Is it going to be easier to just buy up, 10, or what is this? That was,
why are you not sounding as hawkish
20
as
ticks right
Chair
there?
Powell
4
when
points?
it comes to raising interest
or is it going
rates
to
and
be
tackling
easier to get down to that H low, which
Well,
is
first
like
of all, I'm not a hawk.
20
I'm not a
points
dove,
below?
And I'm carrying this little owl with me all the time to remind myself that.
And that doesn't
everything that
necessarily
we
mean that we
eventually
can't
decide has
continue
to be a
down. It just
concerted,
lets you
coordinated,
know
collective decision.
that people got a little
But
bit
I think
too
you asked
short, and now we've
really
got to
important
rebalance
question.
the auction.
And I thank you for that,
Right?
because it's often
Little
the case
retail
that
sellers
commentators,
sold their
analysts will
TVs for a little bit
just
too
put the
cheap,
two of us
and now
in
they're
the
having
same
seller's remorse up
bag,
here.
And I'm very proud
And
to
really,
be
it just
associated
starts to
with
depend
Jay Powell, because
how many people are
I
going to get
respect him,
seller's remorse,
greatly. But
and then
our
start to buy all their
economies
shit
are
back.
moving
Or
at a different pace.
do these
Our
sellers like it? And they're like, oh, it's back up here at the
inflation fed by different
4444. I'll sell it
components. And as a
again.
result of that,
'Cause I've sold a TV here
our
from a million
analysis
times and always
of
make money every
the
time I
roots
do it.
and the
So
consequences
just keep
of
slinging it for that
inflation
price.
has to be different. Let me just give you an example, and I'll just speak for Europe, and then I'll let my colleague, Mr. Powell, speak for his economy. Given that we have both the objective of price stability, which is the driving compass for us. Our inflation numbers are very high. You're right. 7.4% in March, and we will be, more than double above the target.
I'm just going to work
Yeah.
out right here, guys, so we can stay on the stream. So
But when you try to understand what
You hear me,
comprises that very
breathing
high
hard.
number, you see
I
that
promise I'm not doing anything
almost
inappropriate.
50% of it is energy prices. So that's a supply shock that we are taking. If I look at my core inflation, so if you take out food, you take out energy, I'm down to 3%. It is north of my target, which is 2, but it is more manageable, if I may. It's actually 2.9% because it's just been revised this morning. So
Look at her trying to
our
brag.
inflation is fueled by a
Our
supply
inflation's
shock,
less than yours,
which
America.
calls for a particular type of response, which brings together fiscal policies and monetary policy. And obviously, we cannot operate at the same pace, with the same sequence.
A pretty
using the
decent
same
volume increase on that
instruments,
H period, about
necessarily
2%
when
volume
it's
increase.
that kind of inflation that we are dealing with. So it is much broader base than it was. It is much higher than our target, but it is supply driven, number one. And
Starting to
it
see some
needs to
selling
be
in the overall
addressed in a
market now.
sequential,
AMD's getting some selling
flexible,
pressure.
gradual way, which is
Microsoft,
what
Apple.
we have begun
Apple's
doing. We
down
have
back
started
under a
the journey
percent.
back in
Microsoft's
December.
back to red.
We have reinforced that position.
Consumer
in
staples
March,
really the only thing
and we will
holding
have,
on right now.
a
Walmart,
new,
Procter
set of
Gamble,
fresh data in June,
Abivai, Coca-Cola.
which is when we have our next monetary policy governing council, at which point we will have to determine when we stop net asset purchases in the course of the third quarter, of course, but when in the third quarter? Is it going to be early? Is it going to be later? To be determined by the data that we receive. And that will then lead us to assess whether or not
Buyers are starting to look a lot
hike
stronger
is
right
needed.
here.
And at one point,
Around this like
point in
35
time,
to 37 level.
after the net asset purchases have concluded.
So you don't have that in your mind, that you'll be raising
if they buy
interest
off this
rates,
G low.
say,
That should
July?
give us a little bit of insight
I
as well
have
too. A
all
lot of
the
times they
steps,
do this. They
all
come
the
back down right
tools,
to that
and all
same
the sequences in my mind all
that
the
same
time. And what I
low
look
of
at all the time
like
too
this opposite bar, and you
is
kind of
the
get
various
this.
indicators that are provided by
This
the
is a pattern. I
forecasters,
can't
by
remember what they
market
call it in
analysts, by
candlestick
markets,
land.
by
But
consumers, by the labor market,
when you
which
have
informs
a
us, because
bar
clearly
that
the
has a
second
higher
round,
high, then a lower low, and then a higher high,
inflation
without
is
making a
one
lower low on
component
this
that
side, it's a
for us is critically
fractal
important in order to
measurement.
determine whether
I'm not an
inflation
expert at
expectations
fractals. I just
are
know it
well
is a fractal.
re-anchored
Something that people are
at
looking
around
for.
2%,
So
or whether
you can
they
kind
are
of
at
expect
risk
some
of
buyers
de-anchoring.
when you see
So
something
that's what
like
I have
this.
on my
And
mind all the time. But
we know
They're
that these
moving up a
buyers
little
are
bit,
buying
aren't
off
they?
that H open and that G low, which makes this a fairly weak low.
Doesn't make any sense to me, because once we say that we are data dependent, for goodness sake, let's wait until we have the data and then we move on to decide. And we've agreed on a sequence. We have to follow that sequence in the journey that we have embarked upon.
What about inflation in the US? Some are wondering if it's peaked. Do you think so?
So let me say one of the great benefits of the IMF meetings is the chance to talk and collaborate. Christine and me and all of our colleagues talk about these things, and we find a couple of things. First is that inflation is really a global problem. It's quite everywhere, and it's high in most places. But there are differences. There are certainly differences. So in the United States, we have very strong growth, and we have higher inflation, we have higher core inflation than Europe does, for example. We also came into this. Europe has struggled more than we have with low inflation,
shots fired
well
back.
below target, had a much
Little
lower
give and take
policy
there.
rate. So we have
What's
a
up,
different
Europe?
level of underlying inflation. So they're just differences. And of course, we all serve domestic mandates. So in the case of the United States, we have had an expectation that inflation would peak around this time and would come down over the course of the rest of the year to an extent, and then come down further in 2023. These expectations have been disappointed in the past, and so now we're really in wanting to see actual progress. It may be that the actual peak was in March, but we don't know that, and so we're not going to count on it. And we're also no longer going to count on help from supply side healing. We're gonna if we get that, that'll be great, and I think that would be enormously helpful in having a soft landing. But we're really going to be raising rates and getting expeditiously to levels that are more neutral, and then that are actually tightening policy, if that turns out to be appropriate once we get there.
But isn't it going to be hard to control inflation through tightening when a lot of it is coming from the fact that Russia and Ukraine are major exporters of so many commodities that we need? We don't know how long this war is going to go on. We don't know how long China is going to be seeing these rolling shutdowns and therefore more supply crunch. Isn't it going to be harder than normal to get a handle on inflation?
There's
through your
1,100
policies?
lots sitting on the 30.
We of course can't affect supply side issues. We really can't affect much food and energy prices either in the near term. So it comes down to what we can do is our tools work on demand. But we have a job to do on demand, and I'll go point to the labor market. There are substantially more job openings than there are people who are unemployed. And if you take total employed people plus job openings, that's demand for labor. If you look at the size of the labor force, there are more than 5 million more demand than there is supply. So we've got a demand-supply imbalance in the labor market and elsewhere in the economy. It's clear, and that comes from a number of things, including fiscal policy, including
there it
what we
goes.
did
Disappeared.
at the height of the crisis. So there is a demand job to do, but you're right. We can't fix supply-side problems.
Do you need the stock market to be lower to
Well,
impact demand?
I never would point to one particular price or asset or class of assets, but generally the way our policy works is we control one overnight rate, plus the balance sheet also has some effects. And that affects broader financial conditions, and that includes asset prices, include credit availability, risk spreads, all kinds of financial conditions. And the financial conditions, in the end, those are what affect the real economy. So we monitor financial conditions. So there really are two steps there. And one of the many, there are many different combinations that are possible of financial conditions, and we have seen some tightening from our rate increases, and that's to be expected.
So some people have this idea, President Lagarde, that you guys need to shock the markets to really to start to see more of an impact when it comes to putting pressure on demand and on inflation. Is that something you ascribe to?
I think what we need to do is communicate with as much clarity as possible. as to what we analyze, what we see, what timing we have in mind.
I'm trying to long from right here.
What
Stop loss is
journey
29.
we're embarking on. And
Target is the
for us,
eye
it's
high.
not so much an issue of tightening when we look at the real rate. It's an issue of normalizing monetary policy and using the tools that we have. I think the added dimension that Europe has is that it's a monetary union with the complexity of a monetary union where you have 19 different fiscal policies, 19 different treasuries, and that makes my job just a little bit more complicated.
But you also have the euro, which, because you're moving at a slower pace, is weakening pretty substantially. Is it getting too weak?
That's just selling off the G-Low. Don't worry about that.
We don't target any particular exchange rate. We pay attention to it. It clearly has an impact on inflation, but we don't target any exchange rate.
Minister Miljani, want to move it to the fiscal side of things. We've done monetary policy. As you look at the appropriate policies right now, it's a little tricky because normally the IMF would advocate for fiscal stimulus in a weakening global economy. Can't do that now when we have such a strong inflationary environment. So how are you thinking of the sort of policies to insulate your economy from some of these issues?
Well, first, we are not starting from.
Brad, are you trying just like a fade trade right there when you're buying off of that, or you actually think we're going up?
I'm long, bro. Like long as fuck
all
too.
country in the world. That's one thing.
I mean, this thing came all the way down to 30. I put my stop at 29, right below all the volume. So I mean, plenty of space to let this thing play and not much risk. So
in this case. If you look at the recovery,
I just think, I mean, there's opportunity here, so it's the odds are there. I don't know if we're going to go up for the day, but it's just I'm able to place a bet that has low risk and good odds for reward. I mean, it already went up 5 points. I've already taken a little bit of, well, actually went up like 7 points, a little bit of profit already, but
our inflation is
if it goes down and hits my stop loss, then
so it's much
a
lower
buck.
in this case. The problem on the supply side is much more complicated, as Chairman Powell mentioned.
All about
if
odds,
it is related
really.
to the energy and food, it politically, socially very sensitive.
Powell didn't say
cannot
anything
delay on that
necessarily
side.
bad
And that's why
right
usually
there.
that immediately create a
But every time he
fiscal
does start
pressure
talking,
in
the market
form
starts
of,
going
are
down,
you
so
going
that's
to
something to
allow
note.
this shock coming from outside pass through directly to the people, or you are going to absorb this shock through your fiscal policy by providing subsidy, and then your deficit will be widened.
Took me right
that
there.
deficit is going to be too costly because the interest rate now is much higher. So this
Well,
is
trade is pretty
really
much a
not
scratch.
a freelance or free policy. You really have to be very careful in designing all aspects
Doing it
of
again,
the
though.
fiscal side. I think from the Minister of Finance point of view, you should not, just like Christine mentioned, you should not narrow your instrument. You have a lot of options. In the fiscal side,
Sellers
you
look to
have
be
on
coming on
revenue
here.
side,
Let's see if they can break
on
it.
Tax, non-tax revenue, excise.
go.
You really have to look at the composition of your revenue, which one
Definitely a
is actually
battle
strong
here,
enough
big time.
to then you can
Back to that
collect more.
26 level.
And that's
the
why
half
in
back from
Indonesia,
T2.
even during pandemic, we reformed the taxation. We passed through legislation, we harmonizing the whole legislation related to the tax, including anticipating to this global taxation agreement in which we are going to have at least a better arrangement on the taxation across country. The second one, you look at the spending side, and this is exactly our spending in the past 2 years dominated mainly by the COVID-related spending, health, vaccine, treatment, therapeutic. So now when the declining rate of the COVID, meaning that you have a fiscal
You
space,
miss the
you
first
don't want
chance,
to
you get a
squeeze
second
so
chance
that the
here.
economy is going to weak again. So the same space, but you free up from this
same trade,
health,
stops
you
at
can
29.
use it for others. For example, infrastructure again, labor-intensive infrastructure so that you can create job, because many of them is actually unemployed or reduce their income during the pandemic. That can be done. So expenditure side definitely have a room for that, for you to really do in a much more detailed way. What that can create job better, what that can shield this shock. For example, like food security, energy security, infrastructure that can improve your productivity. So that is very important. Then you are dealing with the financing strategy. With this higher borrowing costs, you have to be very careful. So fiscal consolidation is definitely very important. In Indonesia, we're reducing our deficit from 6.1% to 4.5%. We are aiming for 4% and then below 3%. That is the fiscal discipline of the Indonesia fiscal policy in the past 20 years. So we only have 3 years during this pandemic to allow to have the fiscal deficit above 3%. That's signaling to the market that we are on our track, credible enough, so that the market is going to price our bond correctly in this case. So they are not creating excessive punishment only because Chairman Powell said that I'm going to do the 50 basis point how many times. That is going to be something that...
What did he say?
Well, no.
Prime Minister,
because you're asking the question.
Yeah, no. Basically said it. Prime Minister Motley, you brought up food insecurity, and you're very powerful. I went back last night and watched it again. Inspiring speech at the UN last fall, I believe. That was before any of this got so extreme because of the war in Russia. So I'm curious how you're thinking about it now, and what sort of solutions we can look at.
Well, the truth is that all of us have had to go into a situation where we've put measures in place to boost food security, food and nutritional security. In the Caribbean community, we've set a target, which was there before all of this, of reducing imports by 25% by 2025. And we have an agricultural investment conference coming up in Guyana, which is the lead country on food security for us in the Caribbean community. But I make the point because I heard my colleague Minister just now referring to what has to be done in order to protect our people against these pressures. The reality is that with a high debt framework, as most of our developing countries have, as small island developing states, not because of profligacy, not because of corruption, but largely because of having to take on our balance sheets the consequences of the actions of others, we feel that the time has now come for us to make some decisions.
Selling again off that G-Low.
Kristalina, you're absolutely correct about the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, and we thank you for it. And in fact, it's a right step in the right direction. It's the only step thus far that acknowledges vulnerability, but we need the World
Looking
Bank
for that 41
and the
here.
development
41
banks to
will
go
do me good
And
here.
the
I'll be happy with
reality
41.
of the things you said to us at the beginning of the pandemic was that you needed us to keep to spend the money, but keep the receipts. And we did, in fact, keep the receipts. So it should be easy to identify COVID-specific debt. It should even be easy to identify climate-related debt. But what we need to do, because of our highly indebted situation already, is to put this on another international balance sheet. You can perhaps have a pandemic trust, and you can have a climate
and we get some struggle
trust.
fest up a little bit.
The reality is,
dude, Brad, I'm telling you, when this chick talks, the market rallies. When Pell talks, it goes down. Every time I watched it.
Being able to achieve the SDGs, which is our normal development trajectory.
This chick is the bringer of gold right here.
Like the British war debt.
Well, I mean, we're just in a 10-point range. I don't know if I'd call it rally, but yeah, that's true. Everyone's scared. Everyone's scared of Powell. That's why. Nobody even knows who the fuck this is.
Issued bonds in 1914 and
So they don't care.
1917 as 30-year debt at 5%, consolidated them in 1932 to 3.5% with no maturity, and it became perpetual debt that they paid off 100 years after the 1914
Get up there and give us that
debt.
41.
Now,
Remember, the 41 is yesterday's low. That's why I'm
because
looking
it's
for
becoming
41, because that's where I expect
increasingly
sellers to
difficult
be
even for us
at.
to shield our
I know it'd be nice to
population
take that eye
with the
high, but
limited fiscal space that
I
we
want
have
to look to
against
cover
the fact
before
that
that
the cost
that
of
previous
debt
low,
is
because I can
likely to increase
expect
because
sellers to try to sell
of
this,
the,
and that's
monetary
that. Remember, we had a zone from
conditions
4442 to
and because of the fact that
4446.
we just simply are not seeing the rate of economic recovery.
I
as
don't want to
quickly as
just
we need
sit
to.
in a
Now, we're
rotation when I have an
confident
opportunity
that
to
tourism
get out and
recovery
maybe
usually can
get in
come
on a
back and
pullback
bounce back
if you get some
quicker than
strong
most.
selling.
But what is happening
Especially if
with the
Powell's on
increased fuel
next, we all
costs
know,
will affect
they
the
just said the
cost of
market's
flights,
scared of anything
will
that he's going to say,
affect
so they just
also
liquidate as soon as they
how people
get a
view where
chance.
they want to go. And you have to
I wish
ask
they could have a
yourself in the
timer on
pandemic,
this chick.
Christine,
Like in
you're
10
much
seconds, she
better
will
in
stop
a
talking.
position
Like
to say this.
perfect.
Is
So,
there still a
good,
strong
good,
appetite
good.
to travel in Europe,
Are you shorting,
given
Jared?
what is happening with the war
I'm
in
not in
Ukraine?
trade right now.
And
okay.
I was thinking about.
I just
I was
hope
well.
that we
I
can
caught that
take
long.
the
Oh,
bold
okay.
I
and
already got
brave
out, but
decisions
Okay.
necessary
I want
because too many
to.
people's
I
lives
want
are
to
at
short
stake,
from
and
40,
quite
but
frankly, it cannot
never
be
got
a
there.
unidimensional conversation either.
Yeah, just be
about
careful
what
with
is
that.
happening in Ukraine
Like,
alone. We are
that level.
totally
Because
sympathetic.
if they,
But
so
what's
just pay
happening
attention
the
to the
people in
tempo
Tigray?
as it
What's
comes
happening to the
through,
people in Yemen? What's
if it
happening
gets
to
up
the people
there.
elsewhere
But as
that
it
are
comes
also
through
on
this
the verge of
low, if it
humanitarian
gets up
crisis,
here,
if not in the
if it
midst
has
of that
easy
crisis
tempo and
already?
gets through easy, then that's going to
There was a
be
lot
kind of
there.
your
All right,
sign,
I need a
like,
few
oh,
questions.
okay, I don't want to be shorting
I
that
think
yet.
Mia is
But if it comes
totally
up here and
right,
starts
and I think
to
that we should acknowledge
give you a
that
little struggle
all
fest,
wars
that tells
are
you that there's
horrible, are
at least some
human tragedy,
competition
are
from
causing
sellers moving
devastation
down. So
and economic harm. All wars.
like as soon as she stopped talking, the
And
market
this
went
one
down.
is no different, and it is self-inflicted by Russia in a determined and totally unjustifiable way. But all wars are to be are to be stopped. You're completely right. And consequences of war, when you look at Afghanistan, for instance, that's another place where clearly the consequences of wars and years of wars are hurting people and hurting women more than anything else, actually.
MD, did you want to respond on the debt question?
When the IMF
Where's
was
Jordan
created,
Peterson when we need him?
the main objective was to help countries correct domestic policies that are undermining their opportunities to grow and create employment. Today, what Mia is saying is we live in a world in which there are exogenous shocks
Might
that
get a
are
third chance to try this same
harming
trade.
countries and are putting them in a position in which on their own they simply cannot handle it. And the question in front of us is, how do we recognize that it is not bad governance, it is not bad policies, it is a climate shock, a pandemic, a war that is dramatically impacting a country.
I don't want to
And
call them
what
bitches, 'cause
is
that's
the
fucked
role
up. But
of
yeah, Jordan
international
Peterson
institutions
doesn't take that shit at
to
all.
be a corrective force in that regard? During our meetings this time, this issue of what is the role of the IMF in a world of multiple shocks, some of which are because of the evil of man, some of which are because of Mother Nature, but they are devastating countries to a point in which they simply cannot pull themselves out. This is one issue, and Mia is right, we have to work on identifying instruments. We are looking into our debt for climate swaps, a possibility. We haven't advanced it enough. It is still in the universe of retail. In other words, I would do it for you, for your project. We want to move it to performance indicators and the world of wholesale. In other words, we do programs with a country like Barbados. The second issue, though, is that not all problems are exogenous. We still have plenty of problems that come because of poor judgment, bad governance, corruption. When Christine was the managing director here in 2018, early 2019, in these good days that we almost forgot existed, she would say, when the sun is shining, fix the roof. Mm-hmm. What we are now discovering is that many countries did not fix the roof when the sun is shining. Now it is pouring. Well, maybe
Apple's
now
barely up 1% right here, or 0.5% right here. Microsoft's down.
I would
about 0.3, everything else looking pretty weak. Tesla's just kind of standing still about 5.8%.
Structural reforms
Nvidia's getting smacked and Facebook's getting smacked as well, though.
In governance can significantly improve image, attractiveness for private investments and performance. Indonesia has done systematic reforms that took Indonesia now to be in the small universe of countries, emerging market countries, that have caught up with their pre-pandemic level. And I think for us, we should not shy away from the issue of good policies mean better lives of people.
And I like the
You mentioned the role of the IMF. You know, there is this bigger question right now.
I like that word.
About the role of globalization in general and the onshoring of manufacturing and supply chain. And it started with COVID or maybe even before that and really got exacerbated by this war in Ukraine. And obviously, Chair Powell, there are going to be ramifications of this for growth and for inflation if we are in fact in a world where globalization is going in reverse, or even
Bonds are
dying?
getting a little
What do you think?
pumperooski here. We're back
Well,
below.
that is,
We're back on that
certainly a
29
possible
level.
outcome here. I think you've seen questions about globalization, and this series of events around Ukraine certainly has the possibility of leading to a more fragmented political situation and economic situation. You saw Secretary Yellen's speech this week about looking to, I think she called it friendshoring. So I think there's a lot of thinking going on like that. You know, the globalization that we had benefits to it, and it had cost involved in it. And you know, these are really
Literally
questions
long
more
right
for
here.
elected
Put your stop at
governments, I would say, than they are
28.50,
for
and
the-
then just
for a central bank.
There-
But
there's a
there would
7-point
certainly
stop and
be a
just
different world. It
better-
might be a
better
world
ride it
of
out.
perhaps higher inflation, perhaps lower productivity, but more resilient, more robust supply
And
chains.
Powell's on, so we
if
might go
were to
down,
have,
so be careful.
I mean, the supply chains
Yeah,
that
what
we
is he
had
talking
were very
about?
efficient but quite fragile, it turned out. So, and I think it's not clear that we're seeing a reversal of globalization. It is clear, I think, that it's certainly slowed down, and it may go into reverse. I don't know.
Trust the process,
Is that,
Brad.
I mean, clearly Europe's thinking about it in terms of security and things like energy and dependence on that sort of thing. Do you think we're going in reverse?
No, I think we're going to revisit the terms of trade and who we are trading with and on what principles we are determined to continue trading and reorganizing supply chains. And, you know, for once, I'm quite happy to actually plead for the case of Europe, because there's always Europe bashing now and again. And I think that the work that we had to do over the last 70 years,
Because they don't provide
and the
shit to the rest of the
adjustment that
world.
we had to make, moving from a small group of 6 to now 27 countries,
Except the really good food, I guess.
which are all members
that.
of this, you know, single market where goods, capital, and people move freely, has been a laboratory of a different kind of trade. And it is not easy, let's face it. There are countries sometimes that are drifting, that would like to operate slightly differently, but where the governance, the rule of law, the principles by which we abide when we join the club, keep us together and keep up on track with those key principles that we respect. So it is a bit of a laboratory, and I would hope that as we re-examine and revisit globalization, which has provided a lot of good in and of itself, we can use that experience to see how we can enforce, how we can govern, how we can make sure that everybody is included, that, you know, we don't leave some by the side of the road, but we try to be together and make sure that
We start to spend a lot of time underneath of this
I know it's something
29.
you're
That's where the
thinking about a
downside
lot.
can really start to
I mean,
come on.
Yes,
Maybe it's a
of course.
taboo topic to talk about at an IMF World Bank meeting, but this idea of the fragmentation, what's happening geopolitically and the alliances that are forming, and how that's going to drive the underlying free movement of trade and people and capital.
We are living in a multipolar world, and that has already led to some frictions
Back down to the 26.
and some shifts in trading partners. But I am in the...
To be honest with you, the selling on the way
both
down
of
right there,
those
besides that break of
say
that 29,
we're so
didn't look
integrated.
super
And if you make a
strong.
list of the
Not yet, at
problems that
least.
no one
Bitcoin's
country
getting a
can
little
resolve
smacked
on
too.
its own. It's a very long list. We have to find ways to work together. So what is the question? Are we going to evolve in blocks that are closed and function independently from each other? Or we would have some preferences, preferred trading partners, but we will have highways and bridges that allow us to still solve big problems, come on the same page. What was so interesting today in our discussions was how strong the voice of we have to work together was in the room. And it was especially
goes.
emerging markets and developing economies
Back down off to
that
26.
said, hey,
Look for the
we have
volume to come in
achieved
here.
so much because of this integrated global economy. It is irresponsible to make the world poorer. And actually, Sri Mulyani spoke so well that it is the quality of our world, not just the quality of our economies, that is at stake. But it is more difficult, and it makes my job even more important in finding place for all of us to agree. You probably have heard the story of communiques not materializing. Didn't materialize for us at the IMFC, but if everybody
Here comes
agreed
Jay.
on the substance of the policy conclusions,
If they go for the low, right? They took the eye low already.
Everybody. And then we had one
Another
member
poor
that
low.
said, well, but you're saying something else there that I don't agree with. It is very, very early, in my view, to go and buy a coffin for globalization. Not that yet.
That's quite a statement. Minister Miliani, curious about your take and whether you find yourself in sort of an awkward position because of the close trade ties with China and proximity there, and then obviously the relationship with the U.S. and also as the chair of G20 and the developing nations there, how you sort of weave all of this together.
Well, all emerging country, developing country, or from developing country to become emerging country, they usually can achieve those level of progress because they were
Red
open.
all over.
They are also
Market here, it looks
integrated with the global economy.
Yeah.
So when Christine was in the IMF, I think telling about the globalization has reduced a lot of poverty, and that's why what we are aiming, or the focus for many countries, is how you are going to prepare the foundation of your economy, whether this
There's a pretty big increase of volume in that I period.
Level, as well as the practice of the business that need to be competitive, so that
About
you are going to be able to
2.25%.
have this efficiency, productivity, and then
Yeah, coffin for globalization.
livelihood of the people. Now it's changed. The language is no longer about efficiency, but all on security, talking about reliability. So even I think we just heard from Chairman Powell that if that is at the cost of efficiency, be it maybe. Now, that's really maybe creating a huge impact for many developing country, emerging country, who they, in this case, enjoying this improvement as well as the progress in their economy and prosperity through globalization, through trade and investment. And this is no longer become the instrument. Now for Indonesia, because we are big enough country, the biggest in the ASEAN economy, and of course, in terms of the trade partner, investment partner, United States, European, Japan, and China, they are all the biggest partner for Indonesia, of course. Within the ASEAN, we have, for example, with Singapore.
The
so
volume
the
that
choices
came down
is
right
there.
here.
And we enjoy this because we know
kind of
that
little
the
gap, volume
world
gap right here too.
following and implementing the global rule, even though it's not perfect.
Ooh, red all over the board
we
right
talk
now.
about WTO, there is here and there, but we know that there is a rule as a baseline in which we will play based on that. And that's exactly what holding all of us, the world together.
Yeah.
Now, if a country can violating international rule, or in this case that we no longer trust this rule can secure or providing safety and security and certainty, then the world is actually resetting. It's totally different. And this is historical in a way, because the world enjoying huge
we're back,
progress
like,
in
deep
terms
inside
of
that
prosperity.
balance.
If you look at declining of the poverty rate, improvement
We
in
kind of saw
human
this the
capital
past 2
index,
days, right?
infrastructure development, they
Where
are
we saw-
all because
Oops.
we rely
Let me,
on this
drag
goodwill,
this
trust,
over.
and building this.
We had this look
rule
below balance,
for all country
go to
in
the other
which then we
side,
can
look
rely.
above
I'm
balance.
not
Now we're
saying it
coming
was
back down,
perfect. It is
you know,
not.
kind of to
It is
the
not.
There
the
is
meat
always
and
like
potatoes of the
but it serves
area. If we go
well,
like
or
this,
at least
let's
it
see.
serves all the member country in this world to actually rely on those kind of mechanism. Now I think it's shaky, and that is exactly maybe what is the highest risk for any country to design
So,
their own policy.
97
What does it
would
mean
be
for
a
Indonesia?
decent level
Should we
down,
like
maybe
self-sufficient in this
the
case?
44.
For
Well, we
Indonesia,
know
it could be
4405
because
to
we are
4400
big,
is a
we
good
have a
level
lot
down
of
as
land,
well.
we have fertile land. So we do have like the food security, energy security, we have coal, we have oil, we have gas. But not all countries have this kind of luxury like us. And so should we not care about others? That is not really, I think, the right, morally not right as well as from the interests of the global economy, it is not also right.
We're tight on time. We have 1 minute left, but I do want to hear really quickly from everyone, including you, Prime Minister Motley. I sometimes get the best answers as a journalist when I ask people what we're not paying attention to, what the media or the world is not focused on. So I'll ask you just very quickly, either an upside risk or a downside risk as it relates to the global economy, what we're not paying close enough attention to, and what you would flag. And Prime Minister Motley, put you on the spot and go to you first.
I'm saying that there's an absence of global coordinated political leadership. The G20 is not representative enough, and we don't have the political will. The problem
We're the
is not the
4406
people
here
who
on the
have in
downside, I
studio
think,
for the
too.
most part. It's
4406
not
will
the
take a
heads of the
decent.
institutions.
4406 to
It's the
4400.
absence of countries to act in a coordinated way that will relieve the pressure. We saw it in the pandemic. We're seeing it with too many other issues, and hopefully we can get the sense of urgency of the moment impressed on all of us globally, such that we can avert the worst.
Minister Miliani, what about you?
Well, I think as holding this presidency of G20, what is remarkable given this tension, all countries that we consulted, because G20 is based on the consensus, all countries that we consulted, they believe and they also want that the cooperation and collaboration and coordination, what Prime Minister Maya mentioned, is actually the one that they want this to be preserved, regardless differences. So amazingly, what we are thinking it's supposed to be safe and preserved, and what the reality that we are now facing is actually quite a big gap. So our responsibility holding this presidency is try to continue making this goodwill of collaboration and cooperation. Try to save a piece of the world's most important asset, that is coordination and collaboration.
Will Putin be at G20 in Bali this year?
Well, we invited, because inviting the head of state cannot be like, oh, tomorrow we are going to have a G20 and then they just send. We invited like back then, and it's already now all the country in the G20 received the invitation. In terms of the arrangement of the meeting itself, just like what we have yesterday, it was not easy, but at the end they are all in the same room. But if you don't agree and you want to express this politically, like Christine, he walked out. So that's another expression of the politics. But it doesn't prevent us to talk about the substance, which is important, not only serving the G20, but also for the rest of the world. So it should be manageable and doable.
Chair Powell, what are we not paying enough attention to?
So I'll tell you what I'm thinking about, which is, we had this economy that was, very low inflation, very low unemployment everywhere in the world.
Take us to the six,
before
buddy.
the pandemic. Then the pandemic comes in and really knocks everything
Going short.
sideways. Then we have this remarkable, particularly in the United States, response. Incredibly fast recovery, faster than anyone hoped. And then we have inflation. And so that's a lot right there. And then we have a war. And now we're realizing that COVID is still really with us. So what I'm thinking about is a couple of things.
There's some buy orders stepping up here.
Are we going back?
On the
Probably not to
15,
the old
it looks
economy.
like.
What's the new one going to look like? The other thing, maybe more pertinent to your question, is in the middle of this is a labor market in the United States where people can get paid well. It's too hot. It's unsustainably hot, but notwithstanding that, it's a very, very good labor market for workers. And it's our job to get it into to a better place where supply and demand are closer together. But I'd say that's how I'd respond.
In the upside category, risk, you're saying wages are good, people can get jobs.
I think there's a lot to like about the U.S. labor market, but I'd be the first to say, though, that it's not sustainably hot. But I do think with our tools, we can get supply and demand better aligned.
That doesn't sound
President
good.
Lagarde, what about you?
Not
What should we be paying more
sustainably
attention to?
hot.
I think of two things. One is what I would call the green swan. We talk about black swans, and I agree with Jay that we've had one thing after the other hitting us. And
He must
in the
introduce
main, we
himself
try to
as Jay.
respond
He must go
as
by
well as we
Jay.
could, and often in a very coordinated fashion, thanks to international institutions. Like
They
the
all keep
IMF.
calling him Jay.
But the green swan is something that terrifies me. When I think of what's happening in South Africa at the moment, the hundreds of people that are dying.
When I meet him later on
because
this year,
of,
I'll let you guys know.
Of flood and you know, what's going to come next? Could it be Mother Nature that we are hurting so much that it retaliates against us? So that's one thing that is often on my mind. I think the next one is the madness of man. More than
Fire's
women,
still
actually.
holding that 15 for now.
Always.
Green hitting the board here a little bit.
Madam MD.
I think we are not paying sufficient attention to the law of unintended consequences. We take decisions with an objective in mind.
Ooh, Google's getting a little
and
smackarooski right
rarely
here.
think through what may happen that is not our objective.
Google's down fucking
and then,
over 2% right
we
now.
wrestle.
Apple's
with
about to
the-
go
with the
red, barely up
impact of it.
0.1.
Take any decision that is a massive decision, like the decision that we need to spend to support the economy. And at that time, we did recognize that may lead to too much
AMD's down
money in
4%,
circulation, too
4.5%.
few goods, but didn't really quite think through the consequence in a way that upfront would have informed better what we do. And I subscribe entirely to what Christine said about
15 still
climate
holding.
shocks. We are already out of time. And the fact that whenever something hits us, we forget about this other crisis is incredibly troubling. The fact that we are, I'm sorry I'm going on here, but I'll finish in a second. We act sometimes like 8 years old playing soccer. Here is the ball, we are all at the ball, and we don't cover the rest of the field. Our ability to deal with more than
Where's this
one
lady from?
crisis at one time is very, very limited. And we have to zero in on the really big things that would determine the future and keep our attention on them. When the war started, my daughter calls me a week later and says, "Mom, what happened with the pandemic? It disappeared from media, we didn't pay any attention, it is still with us." So we have unintended consequences of actions, and we have
Someone's trying to absorb on the 15.
attention to
Pretty clear
cover
here.
the whole field.
Well, we've covered a lot today in
Selling
this
coming
discussion.
in.
So thank you all so much for your time and your
Apple's about
candor
to go red.
and taking my questions. And thanks to everybody who tuned in as well. Have a great afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
All right. Look at us. That was good. J high is still pretty mechanical, right? That J high is right on the half back from the D2. So I consider that a mechanical high. Not that it's going to get taken out, just something to pay attention to. You're seeing all this volume get absorbed down here on the 15. So only 15 contracts trade on that low. You'd want to see, you know, with all this volume building, you know, a few ticks off of the low, we'd want to see that low tick get a couple, get a little love, get some sellers down there who'd sell the TV for $15 or $13.50 in this case. Now we're starting to see some red here. They're trying to sell it. It's just someone's sucking this thing in. All these orders are coming through on the bid. 192 was the last one. A lot of orders. So you see, like right there on the 15, we've got, you know, about 8,000 lots traded, 8,000 total volume, and 5,820 are traded on the bid, and only 818 traded on the ask. So what does that tell you? Oh my gosh, someone's just trying. There they go, finally. Back above the 15 right away. That's not great. Seller's gonna have to re-go here. So this is the competition here, right? You've got an initiated seller moving down to sell and someone on the buy side absorbing. in a previous excess, because that's what we're in. We're in that excess from Tuesday. Very long set of single prints, which is why, you know, very rarely do these long sets of single prints hold, but we just keep getting more and more volume, and, you know, the target becomes this low of balance. Down here, 75 to 64, really. And we talked about this 06 level is going to be the next level that we're looking for. Trading on the bid equals sellers. Yes. I know it's confusing, complicated. Yes, and I like I have dyslexia, so I backwards. Sometimes I say it backwards. I don't really get it back. Say it backwards. Not a lot of big volume really coming down below this 15 level yet. They need to get down there. All the liquidity's on the 10 right now, but these sellers need to hold it below this 15. They're just not getting enough of help. Get above, buyers might take them on a little trip to the upside. I'm still holding the short, but if we get back above that 15 with some tempo, I'm gonna bitch out for sure. Just makes sense that that previous day's high would be a solid target. The 6. Did Mike Tyson? Yeah. So they re-offer here. Watch the 15. If they sell it again, they don't. Mike Tyson punched somebody on the face in on an airplane, I guess. Yeah. It must have pissed him off. He's pretty chill now. Smack the fuck out of him. His podcast is pretty chill. I listen to his podcast. Oh, said he was provoking. Wonder what they. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, it's pretty decent of your mom. Most people wouldn't give a shit. Most people are worthless. He's usually high AF. Yeah, he is normally high AF on his show. Yeah. Took a picture of this guy. He has like the saddest look on his face. Yeah, back to that 15 level. We did this earlier at 29, right? Battled the 29, battled the 29, had a little short covering rally, found some more sellers, and then broke below it. A little bit of green coming in the market here. Market's just like hanging out right here. Back below. It's just this is an actual battle right here compared to last time where it was just absorption. There's actual initiating selling down here. What do we got? 6 minutes until the next period opens up. These sellers are really giving it a go down here. Let's just watch that bottom tick. 36 contracts on that low side. Back above the 15. The dude was asking for it. I couldn't find the video. I couldn't find a good video at least. I just saw him get smacked. Oh, nice. Oh, he was making the sad face on purpose, like a little baby back bitch. Yeah, he looked all messed up. Yeah, I mean it's a yeah, and it's good risk to reward right there too. Yeah, he probably is after some compensation, I'm sure. Just antagonize Mike, knowing Mike gets kind of wild, and then just till you get smacked up by him. And that's the thing too, is like it just sucks because if he goes to like a court case, it'll be up to the judge to decide who's if Mike owes money, and you know when you look at that video, it kind of seems like that guy antagonized him, but he didn't physically harm him, and that goes back to the whole argument: can words incite violence, right? Like they sued Eminem back in the day for his rap album. because it said that he incited violence with music. Yeah, some people are just hilarious. A lot of these names are getting red here. Apple's back to red. Oh, you got out of it? Oh, in it. Tyson Fury's fighting again this weekend? I didn't know that. I'll probably watch it, yeah. I didn't know he was gonna fight this week. Well, I mean, that's a safer play, honestly. I mean, we've got single prints right above. We've got, you know, a downtrend day. Nothing wrong with taking profit a little bit early, to be honest with you. Should have. Now you're talking about gambling. So the single prints just closed up right there. So that shows you there's a little bit of life. At least there's a little bit of short covering. And now we can start to see a little bit of volume forming up as we're on the way up here. So like we said, that J high looks pretty weak, or mechanical. And normally mechanical spots are fairly weak. You might see, you know, a re-offer up there. What was that big level before? 29, you know, so... Look for buyers to step up above this 15. This is where you need, so we had a nice little short covering pop. As we're coming back down to do a little bit of backfilling, we need to see buyers step in. And we haven't seen it yet. I mean, really, as long as the buyers are able to hold it above that 15, they'll be straight. We do have a poor low as well, though, so that's also something to note. In still and well. Oh, okay. Tyson Fury's dope. He's straight up too with his kids. He told his kid not to fight. Who was his kid gonna fight? Was it Jake Paul? I mean, I think he told him not to fight him because I think he thought Jake Paul was gonna beat his kid's ass, and that would just be embarrassing. And you know what's deceiving about Tyson Fury too is like you don't know how big he is until you see him like around other normal sized people, because he's 6'7". Like, he's not small, he's a fucking monster. Yeah, I mean, and he can just smack the shit out of you. Yeah, he is fast. Is he English? He's English, I think. Yeah, he lives up the road from you. That's dope. Yeah, I mean, if you're English too, like, you know, you're pretty much when you're born. You have like two choices, like football or boxing gloves. So, not surprised. It makes you wonder stuff like that, just because of like what sports are big in certain spots. Like basketball is not very big in England, and it makes you wonder, like maybe if he grew up in the U.S., would he have played basketball? Because he's 6'7". I mean, he's pretty goddamn big, and he's quick, So he rocks that dad bod like just a champion. He does. He gives no fucks. He's like, "Yep, got a gut. Like, you want to get knocked out? I can come into the market here." He's a gypsy, yeah, like from Snatch. That's what it reminds me of. He reminds me of fucking Brad Pitt from Snatch. See if they can get this J high here. They were able to hold above the 15. Let's see if they can get it. A lot of buying coming in here. Because they're usually bare knuckle. He'd probably be down to do some bare knuckle. He seems like the type. He's probably done some bare knuckle. Right to that J high. Let's see if they've got the stones to buy these stop. Man, it definitely looks like it. Watch the level ups at 29. There they go. So watch the 29 for a reoffer. That's if sellers are going to come out. This is where it's going to be at. Like 29 to 31. So watch this impulse. Remember, these short-term sellers sell off the halfback or buy off the halfback. Traded through there pretty quick. Apple's up about 1/4% here, so it's still green, but Microsoft's flipped red. Google's still down 2%. Amazon almost 3%. Tesla's dropped another percent, up in about 4.5% now. Volume just kind of died out right up there. It seemed like it's like all of a sudden they just stopped. Maybe they'll come back down here, try to buy some more. Selling is starting to come in here though. Apple's coming back down a little bit. Still holding. Back to the 15. This is the spot right here. We're watching that 36 on that low tick right here. It starts getting some love. And we break the 10, the 6, and then the 4,400 is right down here. We're now at about 100-point range for the day. Yeah, pretty big range. You know, it really makes it a pain in the ass to try to smash this into the trade view. I'm not going to lie. Ooh, big selling right here. Come on. Nope. They're not going to do it. Let's see. This is a reoffer spot. The 15, they're below. This is where they want to hold it. Still only 36 on the low. Not reloading. This is short covering here. Yeah, this is looks like short covering right there. Oh shit, I wanted to look at Netflix. How badly is Netflix just getting oops. Oh, I guess not that bad. They're not down. This is worse than a crypto chart. I guess it's after hours, so doesn't trade 24 hours a day. It hasn't really done much today. And it doesn't, I mean, it looks like a lot of short covering is happening down here, but it doesn't look like we're getting any initiated selling like the last time we were down here yet. Oh, I will, yeah. Thanks, Eli. Ooh, we're starting to see a little bit of selling here on the 13. 700 lots sitting on the 10. Apple's taking a spill Laruski here. Uh-oh, goodbye. There goes the 10. Looking for this, at least the 6 here. That previous day's high. 50. Apple's almost down 0.5% already at 0.3. Where's the VIX at? VIX is up at 22 now. It's up 10%. Come on, give me the 6, you little baby back bitch. $6.50. Oh, so close. Oh, my headphones had died. Shit. Can't all the way be dead. Charges. Yes. God damn it. I need to get some wireless headphones that last longer. Don't last very long. Tesla's down another percent, 3.5% now. But we just saw a rinse and repeat, right? We saw the same thing happen 2 times in a row, and it was like almost obvious, right? We had the same thing happen here on the 30, got that kind of relief push, and then boom, a push back down, and then the same thing on the K with the 15, that relief, right, to reorganize when the auction gets a little bit too short, and then boom, come back down, and now we're pushing against it, and it's really just there's a buyer here at the 6 and been kind of sitting there for a while looking to get off, and then down to that 4,400. All right. I closed the last bit of my short right there. Done for the day. Is period. Never quit. You're on a heater. Oil's getting a little bit of a pump here too, and gold's about to flip green. I've been patient. Could have had 2 more ticks. The breadth is -4 on the New York Stock Exchange and -3 on the NASDAQ. Ooh, red across the board here. That 4,400. Oh shit, we're getting some selling here. It's a flash crash. No, I'm just kidding. But imagine if we got to watch it live, it'd be super dope. Like fucking 2020 all over again. 2019. 2018. I feel like there's been like a fucking big dip every single year. Except last year. 2021 just went straight up. Look at Apple, dude. This is not good. Apple is just getting a smack of a lifetime here. If we look on the daily, kind of see Apple's coming down to a spot from yesterday's low, but it's going to could bring it down another $1 before it looks for any support here. Consumer staples is almost going red here. Getting a little smack. It's up about 0.35 now. Someone just tweeted, I thought Tesla was up big today. Damn, is Tesla getting smacked too? Ooh, not great. Twitter's probably taking a shit too. Well, Twitter's actually still holding okay. Oh, AMD's probably getting a smack of a lifetime as well. Down 4%. Starting to see some selling in the financials here. See, I fucking knew it. Oh, god damn it. I wanted a short Visa so bad, but I just was being such a bitch. The MasterCard did the same exact thing. Yeah, not as bad, but still kind of reversal. Annoying. What can you do? Can't hit them all out of the park, then nobody will want to play with you. The TLT's finally getting a little bit of love here. That might be the play here. Those are buy stops. Remember, we're still in this previous day's range. All right. At, what is this, the open of that period? Or no, that's a half back. Okay. People are selling calls hard today on the ES. Below the 4,400 though. All the open interest. Apple's getting smacked again. Ooh, Tesla's getting smacked too. Those AMD. $4,400 psychological number. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Elon Musk says if our Twitter bid succeeds, we'll defeat the spam bots or die trying. Could be good for Twitter. If you guys want to just, we can call it here or we can just hang out. I already got my workout in, so I don't really have to go anywhere. And I like to watch the market close, so. But we could stay on if you have got questions or anything like that. At about 1 minute left until the next period opens up. Stay on, of course. Your vote only counts as a half point, so. Ooh, here comes some selling. There we go. You're starting to see a lot of volume start to form above or below this low, it looks like. So when I see stuff like this on the DOM, typically you'll either get a like some absorption and buyers start to step up and hold, but if not, what happens a lot is So like if you know, you see this volume forming, if it is able to hold and you keep seeing them step up, which it looks like they are, then you just look for that key level that price needs to get above. In this case, it's going to be the 15, you know, pretty decent distance above. Um, but you know, if not, a lot of times these are targets and they're buy stops, and people are just looking to get out of the market at those levels. T2 low 85. You keep getting volume below. That's going to be the next target if we still get initiated selling coming in lower. And be careful here, guys. If you're trading, especially in this last hour, you know, you can get some pretty significant movements in this last hour back and forth. We know the market is emotional today. We can tell because of the trend and how thin it is. We've got single prints just scattered throughout the profile. You know, the profile is just, it's an ugly profile, and that's a profile that has a lot of emotion in it. There's not really a lot of control, right? Imagine trading in a market where today you went to go buy a TV and it was 4,500, and then or let's just say, you know, let's just say 5,000, and then tomorrow it's $100 cheaper, then the next day it's $100 more, and it keeps going back and forth like that. You know, imagine if that was the kind of market that you had to sell products in. It'd be a difficult market to maintain the right amount of supply versus pushing out the right amount of product so you don't run out of supply at the wrong prices. You know, it's a tough balance. Ooh, red all over the market here. 92 looks like the next target, then 90, and then 85. Dilson and Wilson, Uncle Answers for Motivation, Nipsey Hussle. Um, yeah, I mean, like there's all kinds of. It just depends. I mostly listen to um rap music or hip hop, um, or like old rock music like Queen, uh, Steve Miller Band. You know, a little bit of Journey in there, Aerosmith. I listen to everything. You know, I even listen to some country. It's just I'm not a huge fan of it. I know a lot of country because my mom loves country. It's just not something that like I get, like I can't just like put some country music on and like go do something. I'll just be like, meh, you know. But like, you know, I like listening to DMX a lot. He's kind of, you know, he was kind of a psycho, but I liked him. Yeah, DMX gets you ready for battle. I like to listen to DMX like when I'm working out and stuff too. Yeah. But I like most of that older like late 80s, 90s, early 2000 rap. But that if you want to get motivated too, also there's like a lot of times I listen to speeches and stuff. Um, there's a lot of like just find people that write books that you've read that you like and just type in like, their name and speech into Google. Someone's probably put a compilation of shit that they've said together, and if it resonated with you when you read the book, it'll probably resonate with you when you listen to it right before a trading session as well. So ooh, big red here, it looks like. Selling hitting all over them. You've been listening to it twice a week? You need to listen to that Richest Man of Babylon. That's a really good one. I think I'm gonna start that today and listen to that today. It's like 7 hours long, I think. Yeah, it's good. Thinking in Beta is next. Oh, that's a good one too. Thinking Fast and Slow is so long. Yeah. It's such a good read though. 85, the next level down. Remember, this A excess is still excess, and that's how we treat excess as support until it breaks, right? Short everything to zero. Let's do it, Brian Miller. Do it. We've already been short pretty much all day. I just, with how emotional the market is, I wouldn't be surprised if, during this next half hour session, we get a big short covering rally to just bring us back up to like 4,400 maybe. This is definitely not great. Well, those buyers that were sitting on the 85 moved up to 86.75 here. So we're starting to see buyers move up here. So be careful. If you are short, don't be afraid to take some profit. Apple's almost down. Well, there it goes, 0.75%. Microsoft 1.5%. Google 2.5%. Amazon 3.5%. Tesla's only up 2.5%. Right, they were up 7.5% this morning. Facebook's down 7%. Nvidia 6.5%. AMD 4.5%. Netflix 2.3%. Every sector is just getting smacked. The breadth is -6 and -3. -6 for the New York Stock Exchange, -3 for the NASDAQ. The VIX is up 13%, 23.13 right now. If they collected the inventory enough to break this low here. We got 85 is that low, and then this epoch is 81 here. And this was an area before that we saw responsive selling, right? We have our TPOC here. Sometimes we go for VPOC. We saw, responsive buying, right, in this area when you measure it using, the market profile measuring standards. We got our TPOC right here. Well, TPOC's here, but we take the one closest to the VPOC, which is up here. So it just kind of depends on how you measure it. This one's a little bit tricky, but this was the kind of that confusing day where we broke below balance and it looked to be getting absorbed by sellers, and then the next day told us the truth, right? Well, it was getting absorbed by sellers, and then we saw just a huge short covering rally. Now it's getting all taken back. And so we saw, basically what I'm getting at is we've seen people sell here before, right? So that lets us know that they could come in here and sell again. So just because we're down 110 points, don't just buy the low, All right, Double R, will see you later, man. Some buying coming in here. Damn, Disney's getting clapped hard right now. Disney's all the way back down below those January levels. Microsoft's about to be, or Google's about to be below those, or close to those January lows as well. Market's getting close to slipping here, guys. So just be careful. I mean, Apple's sharing the love barely, but Amazon's doing okay. Tesla's still doing. Videos below the January low. AMD is getting back down to the like 2019 levels. Like at 2020 levels, I mean. Netflix is down at 2017 levels. Netflix. Market's starting to look a little bit green here. M period's gonna open up in 5 minutes. The 10-year, the interest rates are up above 3% right now. Remember here that we are still in balance, right? So we're not full on just giving up on the market. We still haven't hit that 85. That L is still held strong. That the L low, but really the A low. We have this low here, previous low just a couple ticks below that. Well, it's still holding for now. About 50 seconds until the next period opens up. A lot of green coming in. 10 seconds. Whoa. More single prints above. Ooh, Apple's pushing down a bit here. What we're looking for here, what I'm looking for is to just feel the emotion of the close, right? I like to watch the close every single day, even if it's just the last 10 minutes. Um, just to feel the emotion, like on how it closes. A lot of times it can give you a little bit of insight onto what to expect tomorrow. Got a poor low. Well, the market is just getting smacked right now. Great. Apple's looking to break its low. It's almost there. Feel the tempo as we break this low, right? There was no bounce there. Not yet, anyways, right? We're just getting below that low and taking care of some business. Here's the bounce. Now look for a reoffer. That would be probably 87, 86.50, I think was where the big buy order was at. Probably 87, I guess. Who has earnings today? Anybody big? Yeah, we got increasing volume during that L period as well on the way down. So on this way down, we've just been getting an increase. Today. Snapchat. EJ's restaurant is publicly traded? Dang. I didn't know that. Oh, AT&T. Oh no, those were before market. Yeah, American Airlines. There goes MasterCard too. MasterCard starting to break down below previous day's low. So. Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll bring some over. Bye. Buying coming in here. Look for them. Look for that 4,400, right? It's a psychological number. To kind of give us an insight of where they're going to close it. How far below do we get? Yeah, about a point below the previous low. Here comes some selling. Time to 15 minutes still. Or about, just about. They go for the low. There it goes. Hey, what's going on? How are you? How do you say it? I can say Kumar, but Susant? Susant? I don't want to say it wrong. Well, I probably already did say it wrong, but why this dump? I mean, just liquidation, really. Just we kind of had a short covering rally to the upside, met some sellers, and now we're having a liquidation by the long. So, um, and we're breaking, looking to push down to that low of balance, which is the 64 here. Ten minutes left. Ooh, it's getting volatile. Do you think single print is very important price range to look at? What do you mean by that? Like what single prints? Like these single prints here in the K session? Bunch of short covering coming through right here with maybe a little bit of mix of buying as well. Really, I think they're going to want to keep it below this 4,400. That'll be kind of like the little battleground here. Apple's making a pretty decent recovery here. Nice, Tommy. Still buying coming in again. Ooh, starting to come down quick here. Two minutes left. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. So when you're looking for that, Tommy, like, so basically the question is when you see a big heavy volume come in, what I'd like to see, depending upon, like, let's say if we're going, we came down here, we got all this volume. I'd like to see it not get back down there again once we get above it. If I'm going to be looking for a long trade, right? A lot of times, if it tests it again, right, you'll get some people selling it again, and if the buyers don't buy it again, then it's going to come down. So what I'd like to see is I'd like to see, we make a low, volume starts to come in up off of the low, and then price doesn't come back down to test it. And so be patient, wait, and like right here, you're seeing it hasn't come back down yet. Kind of the spot where you're looking for an execution, you toss your volume right below the previous day's low, and then you're just looking for a fade. And it's kind of the same way on the inverse side too. One thing I do look for is the shape of the volume. When typically when you get volume like this, see how it's kind of tapering. It kind of tapers up and then it kind of tapers off. Whatever the direction is, right? If price is below it, that's kind of telling you that it died out, but it wasn't just like one big sell order trying to hold it down or to smack it down. It was, just slowly selling and selling, and then eventually selling starts to shut off. Instead of like sometimes you'll see, like a cliff, it'll be like this, and then below it, or it'll be like that or something like. Really, it's just a matter of seeing how it acts if it goes down to it again. And that's why I've been watching on this 86 level. We haven't really been down there again. It'll be interesting. I mean, we're almost back down there now during after hours, but we'll see how they act. Well, there it is, guys. I mean, I just don't have the Globex on. Let me check real quick. Let's bring it back up. Yeah, of course, Tommy. And then those are just levels that I'll mark, right? So like 86 is kind of that big level right at the close. So I'll mark that level. And I mean, basically what we're going to look for is 86 to 80 to act as support tomorrow. If the market doesn't trade lower, right? And it'll act as resistance if we get below it, I imagine. The thing that's making me is these sellers that came in previously before here. I'm wondering if that's where they're going to be at. So we might need to be, see if it acts as support, this 86 down here. But honestly, you have this L high that's pretty much the high of the previous day. That kind of almost screams to me that that's mechanical selling off the previous day's high down at the low. You've got all this fear of people, afraid to sell at the end of the day, and I think that point right there is not a very safe point. It does happen to be right above that 4,400, which is kind of a mechanical level. All right, Pop, we'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good day. And so that's kind of the area that I'd like to see us get above and hold, that 4,404 to 40, well, really like 4,400 to 4,406 was our level earlier. We're just kind of right in the middle of those single prints, but if we get some volume up there, you might get a bit of a short covering rally from all these late shorters at the end of the day. If it was big money shorting or initiated shorts, like real initiated shorts, then we won't come back above this level. They tried it before, they got ruined. It's back at that level. Let's see if they try it again. This time they know they're gonna have to try a little bit harder. And if you look, like, I mean, look at the single prints. It's the same, same spot, right? So it's coming down, coming down, coming down. All the people have been buying the dip. The people that were still long from this day, that was it. They're like, ah, fuck it. It liquidated down into the previous day, came to the point of control, got a decent reaction, nothing crazy. Didn't break the previous day's high, but it did look like that we got selling off of that previous day's high to me. But yeah, other than that, I am gonna call it a day. We had a long day today. It was good. Got to watch some good auctions. Got to take some good trades. Hopefully everyone did well. Remember to always have a trading plan and to manage risk. And I will see you guys in the Discord.